Digital Turning Points and Responsible Governance, SEEDIG, 9th, highlights Southeastern Europe's role in fostering inclusive and accountable digital policies. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of our conference. After an inspiring first day, we are excited to continue with engaging sessions and thought-provoking discussions. Let's start the second day with one light topic. Next panel is called Investigative Media Findings on Digital Rights and Freedoms Violations in C region. Easy morning topic, and I'm inviting panelists to the stage. We are ready to hear your insights. Please.
Well, good morning, everyone. One more time. My name is Aida Mahmutovic from Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. I'm a project manager and currently leading the project Reporting Digital Rights and Freedoms Online. As we see digital rights and digital rights violations kind of increasing, we also see media role, especially investigative NGO media, playing a big role. Through our project for 3 years, we are reporting on a daily basis digital rights violations monitoring across our region. Our investigative journalism pieces such as investigation, analysis, and daily reportings, as well as fact-checking, are being published. We're also working on policy and capacity building efforts across the region, and our editors from again, across the region are providing editorial guidelines, mentorship, and grants for other bigger and smaller media, including we're working on audience awareness raising. All of this within the project is basically aimed at enhancing skills to track and respond better to human rights, freedoms, and violations in the digital space. Every year, we report through our big annual digital rights violations report. This year, we're going to publish it in Tirana on December the 4th. As you can see, I've marked media in blue. In this event, as all internet governance spaces, we invite relevant internet governance stakeholders. However, this is a bit different because it's organized by the media, which usually is not the case when it comes to internet governance spaces. This year, we were able to see from the Global Internet Governance Forum the special kind of invitation for media to join global internet governance. So we believe that there might be still some space for media to take a bigger role, such as maybe being a new stakeholder to the rest of the groups. I'm going to present to you today some of our findings. Here you can see cross-cutting regional digital rights and freedoms, threats and breaches, which basically mirror what was happening throughout the last year as well as last 2 years. One of the biggest issues that we see in practically all 6 Western Balkans countries are online misogyny, harassment, and blackmailing of women. On the second place, it comes intimidation, threats, and organized online attacks against journalists and independent media. And on the third place is something that is quite new as a trend, which we will be talking today with my colleagues, is youth, young people announcing violence and self-harm online. Then we can also see abuse of new technologies such as artificial intelligence for manipulation in the digital space. And then the last two would be quite logical for the region we live in is on disinformation when it comes to foreign malign influence, especially on the dates on elections and other important dates. And as the last one, it comes denial of war crimes, hate speech toward ethnic minorities, and the big role platforms play in terms of content moderation. Today, these are the topics that I will be talking with my colleagues, Natasha Kilibarda and Maja Čalović. Please let me just present my colleagues very shortly. Natasha is a science communicator, open source intelligence, or OSINT researcher, and digital forensic investigator. Currently, she works for CRTA, the Center for Research Transparency and Accountability, as a fact checker at Istinomir, and she's a founder of Neuron, as well as co-founder of Women in Tech. Natasha. Right from the start, can you help us sort of debunk this omnipresence kind of feeling and stance that artificial intelligence is bad? When we talk about artificial intelligence, like among people, you see that it's going to destroy us, it's going to take our jobs, it's going to take our children. As we know, technology is usually developed for good, but somehow it's us people who make it kind of its usage for bad. So can we talk about artificial intelligence influence and AI-generated content manipulation, which evidently shapes our societies and also affects people and victims greatly, especially as we see women and young people? How do we fight this from the technical point of view? How do we fight those who use AI for manipulation?
Okay, that is kind of a paradoxical content and position, extremely polarized. So we can have, okay, AI, generative AI especially, can be used as a creative tool and for something good. But I would like to emphasize first on how AI, you mentioned in the other part of your question, how AI actually creates this space and the content we use every day, more often than not. It's like a second job. You mentioned also youth that have many of them more than 8 hours. They're on their multiple screens, so more than 8 hours a day. They reported that kind of time. So how AI actually creates that space and creates the content. So when used as a creative tool, they use images, visuals. They're often graphic and easier to spread. So that is a kind of a fertile ground for spreading disinformation and manipulative content. So by their platform, social media, like TikTok, like Instagram now, Blue Sky, Twitter, X, Y and Z, their algorithms emphasize engagement, so comments, likes, shares. So that kind of a content actually spreads more than any kind of, more and rapid. So when we as fact checkers or our colleague fact checkers from the Balkans actually has the capacity to find that source, and to debunk it, it's usually late. I even have an example from actually the other day. It's about a mural of Kamala Harris that is maybe that was presented in Pristina, and it's now been taken down by the same Pristina people, and they're because they are now afraid because Trump is now to be elected now 47th president for the second time. And actually that isn't true. It is in Atlanta, Georgia. We debunk it, but extremely prominent conspiracy theorist, Sasha Borevich, was in his tweet that is like utisak nedelje for the national frequencies, and he actually said, no, that was in Pristina. Look how the people are acting. They are afraid they are going to lose everything now. And actually, the presenter was actually said, no, I think that's not true. She was quite quiet about it. But the premier, ex-premier Ana Brnabić said, no, it was in Pristina, look at the Kosovo people. So even though if it is debunked, actually it doesn't make sense, and it is actually no use at all. It's, from my experience, we have to do it. We are doing it, and they are just spinning the truth all over again. So AI, and even as used, not just for deep fakes, even for shallow fakes, there are just small edits.
Can you explain what, like, deep fakes and shallow fakes? We also have here youth school participants, which I'm sure they know already what we're talking about, but just kind of to put, into the context.
Shallow fakes, in opposition to deep fakes, are actually that kind of visuals, more often photos and not so video content, but that are just smallly edited. You maybe Photoshop using lower scale, or if it is video, it is used in very slow motion, or that kind of just look. It's not completely true, but it's based on some actual correct content. In opposition to deep fake that could be based only in one photo or one video, and it make a completely new fake and unauthentic content. It's both used for some malign or like misinformation. And as you, and also you have your presentation in your report ready, these kind of disinformation are actually some fiery content that incites emotion, and just given that kind of disinformation has some greater impact, and algorithms of the social media just goes up.
If I understood correctly, even when you debunk it, like, some other sides are kind of stronger in still continuing with the, shall you call it, propaganda. So what could we do to be better once we debunk things? How do we then disseminate and be, like, better in dissemination of truth?
I'm almost boring myself with this, but I think that digital literacy and kind of non-stop giving the education to the youth and to the broader public about what they're doing and how they're doing. Nobody likes to be fooled. Nobody likes to be stupid. But we are obviously, because we are in constant election process, we are constant in protests, and these are very fragile states of every single one of us. Even I, as a science communicator and someone who actually do this kind of stuff every day, I look at a video of a fox or some in polar region that I've never seen before, and I really think, is this fake? And I have 5 minutes to debunk it, is it or not, because every single thing is, yeah, creative, cute, nice, but actually it creates some kind of a really tough stage to work in. So what we have, we can use the AI for good. Many fact-checker organization, even in Bosnia, raskrinkavanje.ba is, and us, we are using trying to use AI or AI software tools to maybe create or find narratives that are often used, or chatbots. There are a recent paper, and I'm actually now writing about it, that actually concluded that using bots that have some fact-checking database and data sets included are easier for people who are already conspiracy theory coded to make them believe or make their choice, make up their mind about maybe I should rethink this. Nobody in my experience could ever do that, or in Slavas, or in some family gatherings. We always have these discussions. It always ends in fights. So there is maybe some hope that AI as bots, maybe they can try to make up their minds, because they all have the resources and have the capacity. They have maybe compassion, if I may say, to deal with many questions and many paradoxical questions that maybe conspiracy theorists have.
Thank you. Well, Maya, we obviously have to continue about the role on media, as Natasha mentioned a couple of times. Maya Chalovic is a digital media expert and trainer at Media Center Sarajevo. She has over a decade of experience in writing about and analyzing digital media trends, as well as developing educational programs and materials in the field of media and digital literacy. Her role currently is coordinating the work of Coalition for Freedom of Expression and Content Moderation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Majo, in line of this conversation so far on content manipulation, disinformation, can you tell us more from your kind of first-hand experience? What is the role in media reporting on these topics? What are the challenges that journalists encounter on day-to-day basis while investigating and when publishing their pieces? And what can media do? What does media do? Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Aida. That's quite a question, and there's a lot of challenges, obviously, some already covered by Natasha and shared by media organizations and fact-checking outlets. Challenges are, they come in many forms. So some of them come down to the usage of AI tools themselves in media newsrooms. This is something new for media outlets, and there has been a kind of movement to develop guidelines for usage of AI in reporting in newsrooms. There's now a Paris Charter on use of AI in journalism. So how media newsrooms approach this in their own work, how they can use AI to collect information, to edit, to produce content, and so on. So that in itself is a challenge, kind of learning how to navigate this new environment with these new tools. And that on one side is something where there has been quite a lot of initiatives, training journalists how to use these tools, how they can recognize misinformation, disinformation, and so on, something that's been manipulated by AI. And on the other hand, reporting on cases of manipulated content or something, whole movements, as we saw in usage of AI tools in like Telegram groups to spread certain type of content and so on. So reporting on that kind of story, there's a lot of challenges there as well. For one, there's kind of a lack of knowledge on how these things work and how they spread. Who do you talk to? Who can explain to you why this has been allowed to go on? How these things can happen even in online space. So there's that on one side. And there's been some positive examples as well. There was a successful story by Angela Milivojevic, and some things that have started a conversation about how these things work in online space. But there's still a lot for journalists to use to learn about this. And we did a little survey, and there's been some similar ones around the region on how journalists approach this. And it's still in a timid phase, I would say. So it's a learning curve to try to kind of learn about these new technologies and the impact that they have. And as I said, there's now a push to kind of learn more about the use of technology, but what we still don't really see, and there's a lot of space to develop this, is writing about critically writing about technology itself, about how it affects the way we experience online environment, you know, things like recommender systems, bias inherent in tools when they're built, not just used or misused, that sort of thing, the environmental impact of the technology, and so on. So there's, as Natasha said, you know, it comes down to some boring solutions such as digital literacy, media literacy, something that's slow, but you need to invest in this sort of thing. So yeah.
Please. It is boring, but we are all. I know we would talk about use, but we know that youth, Gen Z and maybe older Gen Alpha generation, they are digital natives. They are practically born with devices, but their form and their state of their digital literacy, AI fluency, and algorithm, whatever literacy based on media, especially media literacy, is quite low and quite devastating. So there is a particular alarm for most of you and media people, people who work in media, and us as a technical background of it, have to work something on it because they are the future. That is one another boring stuff to say, but yeah, we have to work. Yeah, or this is happening. We are already living in some kind of a post-truth, alternate truth area, and the consequences of it. So, yeah.
Maya, I also mentioned that you're coordinating the coalition. Can you please just briefly tell us what the coalition is and why is it important? And I'm asking you this in terms of cooperation of the coalition with the big tech platforms, how involved they are, but I will follow up with questions.
So yeah, coalition on freedom of expression and content moderation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that's our full name. It's a civil society-led coalition of 18 organizations and individuals who work in this space of digital rights from different perspectives. So we have members who are journalist associations, members who deal with rights of LGBTQ individuals. So members come at this from different angles, and that's kind of what we think is the right way to approach these issues anyway. So we want to work on improving content moderation practices affecting our country and, you know, the region ultimately, and just general content moderation practices and the way this affects also freedom of expression online. That's why we have this long, clunky name. Yeah, so that's the common goal of all members, and we do this through different initiatives and different goals that we've identified are important.
Can you tell us more about, and I'm particularly asking you to give us a few examples, how important it is for big media, even in the regions such as small markets as the Western Balkans. So I'm not even talking now about Bosnia, which is really small for these big tech companies, but I'm talking about the Western Balkans or even the Sea region. How involved are they? And can you give us this example of since we also have one of the topics is violence against women online, something that happened in Bosnia some almost 2 years ago now, when a woman was murdered live on Instagram by her husband. What was happening? How did you manage to remove this content? And if you can give a bit of a background of the case.
Okay, so the case that you mentioned was a case of a femicide that happened in Bosnia in August 2023. where a woman was murdered by her husband live on Instagram. It was a live stream of the murder, and the video of it was it stayed online for 3 hours before it was removed. It was seen by thousands of people. It had a lot of likes, a lot more than you would believe. It was consequently shared on other platforms as well. It started proliferating on TikTok, on Telegram. It was shared through all these messaging apps. So it was a wildfire of content that was clearly illegal to be online. That was a case that kind of highlighted the insufficiencies and lacks in these systems of moderation of content online. How people were reporting it. Many were wondering, how is it possible that it's still online? How is it possible that it took them so long to remove it? There was an intervention by law enforcement as well, where they through the channels that they have available to contact these social networks, and it was taken down after that intervention. But it was online for 3 hours, which is a lot, I think, when you consider the harm of it and the content of it. That's quite horrifying.
And I will just add to that, since you mentioned the law enforcement, I remember we worked as a team, kind of united, and one of the answers we received is that they told us that if they want to find the guy, the video needs to stay online, which at that point seemed really ridiculous. And then we managed, I believe, through some almost sort of personal escalating channels to remove it. So one of the really alarming trends, as we were talking, is like youth and so-called TikTok challenges or social media challenges. We're seeing increasing trends of youth. Just recently in Bosnia, one young guy on Facebook announced how, when, to very specific details, he would commit self-harm. Luckily, they managed to stop this, but there are many cases when these young children actually manage to do this. And usually it's for likes. Natasha, can we first break down what are the TikTok challenges, what are the social media challenges?
I could not say that I'm a specialist on TikTok challenges, but I can maybe explain that they are in simple terms. TikTok challenges are invitation for being part of a prank or a dance challenge or any activity that could be for youth, them to feel part of a social, not experiment, but part of a bigger peer group that are all over the world actually in the same challenge together. Whether it is a dance or an activity, as I said, prank, more often than not, or any type of challenge, whatever that actually for youth means. So, and it's especially prominent on TikTok.
So when we talk about disinformation, how are these TikTok challenges, which at some point can even be fun, they don't have to necessarily have anything negative, what is the window of opportunity of those, let's call them bots, who kind of want to use this opportunity for sharing this information, from the anti-vax movement to kind of getting young people to go to war battlefields?
Okay, first of all, maybe the TikTok challenges, they could be quite naive, yeah, and they'd be cute, and not, if they go viral, that cannot be necessarily bad. It can be, for you, there is kind of a form of a self-expression, self-validation there, need to be seen or be part of a larger group, or there is a fragile stage. So it couldn't be so necessarily bad. That for many other older generations, it could be, what is this? Yeah, it's kind of stupid, but it is not for them, and that should be acknowledged. But as a tactic, that is a pretty nice propaganda move, if I can acknowledge it. there is some kind of a moderated and evolved type of tactic, propaganda tactic to spread this information. We saw that kind of a tactic maybe during the COVID, and as an active anti-vax movement, and in pro-Russian Telegram channels in 2022 and even now. So they're using memes, they're using humor, they're using haha moments to as like a fertile ground to look at this. If you're mocking someone, you're actually gaining traction and attention to that story, so that kind of sticks. And that is actually a window of opportunity to say, like, this drug is good, like ivermectin actually works, or come on, who wants to be vaccinated? Why? Why should nobody who is healthy enough doesn't need? It's not. They're not good. They're not checked. They're, like Donald Trump administration would have. One of the notorious 12 in his as a minister of health. So he is the main conspiracy theorist who actually claims that they're through humor that vaccines still cause autism, and that many vaccines used in children, for children in US are not checked, are not good, or they are actually bad. So he uses that kind of humor and memes, and he actually is in manosphere that is having traction in how could I explain it? In online podcasts run by Joe Rogan and such, maybe. And that is a fertile ground for many of this type of disinformation, using even TikTok challenges as a way to spread it.
So when we talk about young people, why do they do it? Is it for likes? Is it for like self-validation? And also you mentioned something also that we see kind of on the rise is Telegram channels, which are usually closed groups. What happens? Like, I know you wrote about this and investigated this a lot. Okay. So can you tell us more about what's there? And we see more and more people from the Western Balkans entering these channels.
Well, okay, let's try to break it down. It's not so awkward why young people do it. As you said, and as I mentioned before, that they like likes. They like to go viral, and maybe that is in their sphere and their worlds. It is crucial to be validated and to be part of even as a peer pressure. Most of them just to have a broader context. Many of you maybe have kids, grandchilds. They don't post on Instagram. They only have stories because they want to be they want to be part of the group that don't have actually accountability for this thing they post. They're afraid even. So they like to be liked and they like to be shared, but they don't like the accountability of future self or future stuff. That it is what it is. It's actually, they are saying that to us. What they are doing there for that, can you please remind me of another?
The second question was, because I know you worked heavily on
Telegram.
On Telegram and and foreign malign information being spread there, and the recruitment.
Actually, I could think that it is the complete opposite direction from youth, but actually is not. It is not. They are using Telegram, but not so at this point. Telegram is actually a common ground for actually those Telegram channels, pro-Russian maybe, and misogynistic channels. Maybe you might heard of the Telegram channels case of revenge pornography in Serbia. Yeah, so that is used for that kind of stuff. The many young people are part of that, sharing very explicit images of their mothers, sisters, friends, female friends, so that it's not very good trend.
Have you seen some cases of recruitment of young people through these channels, whether it's Telegram or to go, for example, to war battlefields and similar?
I haven't tracked it, but I heard of it because they are Telegram leaders actually Björn has wrote about it, an investigation about it, about Ribar Telegram channel that is very prominent in Russian propaganda. He has a military background, and he offers an education on Telegram investigative journalism in Serbia and Bosnia. Yeah, digital literacy on Telegram and how to use it in your journalism journey. So there is a nice facade, and he's even backed by some pretty prominent government institution and agencies. And I can say that is a kind of a recruitment for young people to enter that kind of very bad, with kind of very bad influence. I know you had in Bosnia cases of recruitment for going to battlefields, but I haven't seen that in Serbia, me personally, in my investigations.
Okay. Maya, I see you writing down things, so please just enter the conversation.
No, I mean, as Natasha was naming different types of manipulations and content that came up, that's something we're seeing as well. There's a lot of what's called awful but lawful type of content. There's stuff that's maybe illegal somewhere, but it's not regulated on the platforms. It's not in the guidelines. There's for instance, we are seeing a lot of content that glorifies war crimes. There's a content that promotes kind of militaristic attitudes of young people. That sort of thing is something that's a lot of time in the gray zones of what needs to be addressed. Yeah, online.
And what to do about it.
How to approach it anyway.
I will go back to the coalition, and the reason for that is that we are insisting for the big tech platforms to be part of the conversation, which so far they are kind of successfully avoiding or being very diplomatic about the answers, be it like when they answer to the media or when we invite them. Since here we have also representatives from the global IGF, and we know that luckily big tech platforms do show up in the global tech platforms. So maybe we can even send some sort of a message why it's important for them to include and be included in our region. I know just recently you met with delegates from TikTok. So can you tell us more about that? How did it come to that? Did you invite them? Did they self-invite? And do you have this sort of cooperation with other platforms?
Well, yeah. As to why they need to cooperate with us, I mean, to us, that's kind of evident. There's a very real impact of these platforms in our societies that is well documented, and it's almost at an infrastructure level the way they're used. And there's a popular remark here that does bear repeating, is that we're not just markets, we're also societies, right? So as small as we may be, we do need some sort of contact with these big platforms who affect the way things happen. And there's some of these countries have very complex, history and political systems and so on, things that are ripe for abuse in these online spaces. So that is why we look for these contacts, and why we want to want to have a relationship with these big companies. The reality is that a lot of the way they do things is kind of not very transparent. It's hidden behind these, business secrets, things that because these are private companies, right? So So that's kind of what we try to do, and what EU regulation has solved to a degree. That there's a bigger ask for transparency. How do these things work? How are they set up? You know, how much of it is automated? How many people do you have that have local competencies, who know the language, who know the context, and so on? And so in this region, or however you define it, you know, SEEDIG has also maybe a different definition of it as well. But in this list of countries, there are only a few EU members. Most of us are not in this scope. So how do we reach these people, and what grounds do we have to ask things of them? So yeah, Coalition has been working on establishing contacts with social media companies, trying to address some of the issues, trying to learn more about the processes, how we can get them to pay attention to us a little bit more. And we did have we have mapped out people in all the most popular social media companies in the country. There are different kinds of cooperation that we've managed to establish. What we've also learned is that obviously these companies are very complex. There are departments and upon departments and so on. Some people only do policy, some people do product and that sort of thing. It's quite complex in that way. And the meeting with TikTok, for instance, it came about as part of media literacy days held in Sarajevo, and that's how it was arranged, because TikTok representatives were coming to attend.
You mentioned transparency. It's not just about transparency. They have to, but there's a question of content moderation and content elimination, which corresponds with, freedom of speech. So that is really something to think about it. But they more often than not, use freedom of speech as an excuse.
Yeah. There's this lack of mechanisms to kind of contact them after a decision has been made. We've had cases, where an entire page of a small media outlet is erased. They don't really understand why. So when you try to report these things, more often than not, you're funneled through a series of like online forms, automated kind of responses. For most of us, there's no office, that you can go to and say, hey, I have a, So there's very little recourse in that sort of thing. So there's a lot of parts of this process that are not ideal.
Okay, but there's a part of maybe like Meta, Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. They have a third-party fact-checking programs, and X is having that community notes. There are some small steps in fact-checking process and content moderation, but they could be seen as washing hands act. We have a platform. Yeah, we are aware that many bad stuff happening there, but we live in a society and we are still humans and we cannot regulate everything. Here, fact checkers, they need to do their job. We are paying them for that. Right. So it's tough.
Exactly my follow-up question to Maya, like what were the conclusions with TikTok, apart from also in Bosnia there are fact checkers in the region, but what will be their role coming forward in the next, what was agreed, like what's the next that we can expect from TikTok in the region?
No, I mean, there is an openness to cooperate with different, I think, actors, multi-stakeholder approach, which is something we use a lot, but sometimes, not every stakeholder has the same amount of power within this model. So so what we're seeing is more of an openness from them. I think maybe based on regulation that's been done in the EU, that there is more willingness to kind of talk to civil society and so on. So we are looking to have more of a say, more of a established contact in the way these things are reported, to have escalation channels for different members of civil society, that sort of thing, so that we have more of a way to report when something happens again. That sort of thing, and also to talk about policies and the systems of it as well. What's kind of an obvious problem with this also is that a lot of times contact with social media companies comes down to personal contacts, as you mentioned before. You know somebody who works at a company, so you call them and so on. And that's really not the way. It's not sustainable, and it's not the way to organize anything. It might work on a level of one piece of content, two pieces of content, and so on when something happens. But there needs to be a more systematic approach to this. What happens when a person leaves the company, or that's not really the way to approach it. And we see a lot of that. That you establish contacts and you kind of use those contacts to. So that's
Well, actually, this was kind of my question to conclude this session as we're slowly reaching the end. What do you lack in your work currently what do you want to see more in order to do your work better while making our digital space more safe, more secure for everyone? Because I don't think we can make a digital space secure only for women, only for children, only for LGBTIQ, but it needs to be safe and secure for everyone. So what is it that you lack in your own kind of work that you would like to see more or less of something, obviously? Whether it's cooperation, whether it's, support.
Like for personal or societal?
Societal.
Well, that's a tough question. Maybe more societal, yeah. Because we what I'm seeing, we're just finding those micro spaces just to be more mentally prepared for everything we need. Because every single one of us now feels overwhelmed with information in Serbia, like in certain istinomere. I am cooperating with them. I am working with them, but I see the kind of mass information of everything they are giving, they are taking, and they are facing every day. So that it's kind of mentally challenging. So I have to mention that type of mental health aspect of it. So I, as a digital forensics investigator, we have suffered from vicarious trauma during the Ukraine-Russia war in its acute stage in 2022. So that is kind of, we need some rest, but we don't have the space for it. So in terms of that, but what do I need? I think that many people are in theory interested to change things. But as we see it on the streets, that not so many people are actually willing to lose their common sense and health and their families over they don't know what. They don't. They have the. We are fighting with lack of trust, and that is in every possible way you can imagine, and that is pretty serious thing to face. And that is something we as a society have to fight. So I don't know the answer to it. I don't know how to do it, but I'm willing to do it. So how? I don't know.
It's interesting that you said that people around the world, on the streets, kind of lack trust, and yet they believe so much in this information. So it's kind of,
paradoxical.
Maya?
Well, yeah, what do we need? I think we generally need, as we said in the beginning, just this slow, deliberate approach to things. There needs to be more questioning of certain mechanisms, of our reality, of things that we encounter, the technologies that we adopt and implement. I feel the media literacy approach and digital literacy that we mentioned in the beginning, that is something we definitely need more of, to not just talk about, when we talk to teachers or journalists, there's a lot of talk about the content itself, about whether the students are cheating, using AI tools and so on. I think there also needs to be, that is some level of it, but there needs to be talk about the technologies themselves. We need to examine the things, the way we do things, the way we've kind of learned to use technology and live in it and this online environment itself. And on another side, we talked a lot about content moderation just now and all the things that are kind of not good with it and how it needs to be fixed and so on. I just want to say that also there's a real danger of wrong attempts to regulate it that would err on the side of impeding on freedom of expression. So that's definitely something we need more knowledge and awareness of these processes. And some of us live in countries that would easily reach for very strict solutions and so on. So that is something that needs to be really approached carefully and with knowledge and expertise and using best practices.
So more meaningful cooperation in short, so to speak, and so to conclude. On that note, thank you everyone for being here. I see the room is even fuller now, which is great. So please do, when we talk about this information, please read and please share and please support investigative media around the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience and expertise. And let us continue with a very current and I would say important topic. And welcome participants of very interesting panel discussion. Navigating global and national labor markets. What Gig Meters reveals about Serbian online platform workers. The microphone is yours.
Tebi onda da samo vrtiš. Okay. Da. Znam, ali ja imam 2 slajda. Daj mi, ajde.
Uključite mikrofon.
Evo ovdje. Jel se čujemo? Can you hear us? So I guess that now we're okay. You can hear us. Thank you, first of all, for being today with us. It's a great pleasure to introduce Gig Meter team, which is the 3 of us and the 2 colleagues who are going to join us online. But before we do so, I would like to briefly introduce ourselves, who we are. Our team partially comes from the Public Policy Research Center, which is an organization covering the topics of the future of work and the digital transformation and the impact of technology on society. So all that you think is about future and technology, it should be us. In reality, it is not really so. My name is Branka Anđelković, and I'm a co-founder and program director of the organization. On my left side is Tanja Jacobi, the executive director of Public Policy Research Center. And now we also have my colleague, Vladan Ivanović, who is a professor of economics at the faculty of University of Kragujevac, Faculty of Economics. And we also have Zoran Kalinic, the third waving member of the gig meter, or the fourth member of the gig meter team, also professor of economics at the University of Kragujevac. Last but not the least, with us is Ljubivoj Radonjić, our colleague who is a teaching assistant at the State University in Novi Pazar. So now we can start with the presentation. We framed it as lessons learned from GigMeter in measuring the online platform work in Southeast Europe, and you may know what we are talking about, but if you don't, let me briefly introduce the topic itself. When we talk about digital labor, this includes almost everything. It can be a freelancer working on a platform, it can be like a gig worker. There are so many terms describing digital labor at this point of time. Very similar phenomena also stands for digital labor platforms, which we, according to different sources, identify as two-sided or three-sided marketplace connecting different parties. On one side, freelancers and workers, we call them workers. On the other, clients. Clients could be anybody. It can be a person from SME, it can be from a person from big company. The role of the platform is actually to match these two parties. And this is the focus of our gig meter. So we are not exploring, for example, experts or platforms like Amazon or Booking, because they're simply not what we do with gig meter. In our focus is digital labor platforms that comprise the ones that you may know. It is like Upwork, TopTal, 99 Design, Freelancer, and so on and so forth. So you may ask yourself, we are still on the first slide, you may ask yourself, but why we are measuring this kind of work? The reason for it is very simple. Serbia and many Southeast European countries have been providing labor on digital labor platforms for many decades now, and this is how we started our research journey in 2018, 2019. But this is not all. So when we started this work, it was still like a kind of a negligible phenomenon in this part of the world. Anyhow, 7 years later, we see that the global market is changing. We see that the number of online workers is increasing on all different platforms, and not only from Southeast Europe, but also from Asia, Africa, and so on and so forth. So our colleagues from the World Bank in 2023 predicted that this market is going to grow significantly, and at this point of time, according to their estimates, there is around 425 million of digital labor workers, so these are people working online, who have their accounts on global platforms like Upwork, TopTal, and so on and so forth. I'm just naming the ones that you probably have heard about. You probably also know that EC, or EU, has introduced a number of legislation covering not only platform work, which we cover in our research, but also covering digital markets per se. So the aim is to regulate that place which so far has been, in a way, left aside. And now briefly about our inspiration. Now it is the second slide. The inspiration for this work that we believe is really unique in terms of tracking the online labor force in Southeast Europe has been the online labor index by the Oxford Internet Institute. OLI, that is how we shortly call it, it started its work in 2016. And what they try to do is to match in real time labor supply and labor demand. Of course, with the help of algorithms and with the help of all different digital tools. In 2020, this tool expanded, and now it covers 5 most prominent, I would say, global platforms, although they're all based in western parts of the world. And these are Fever Guru, People Per Hour, Freelancer, and you don't see it here, it is Upwork as the 5th global and major platform. What else our colleagues did, they included also Spanish-speaking and Russian-speaking platforms, because they believe that this market has expanded to include people speaking different languages. So this is how we started our journey. Today, OLI actually covers 70% of online traffic of workers globally, and we hope that GigMeter also contributes to these efforts. Now I'll stop and I'll hand it over to my colleague Tanya.
As you see, OLI is one exciting instrument, and for example, if you see their website, you will see that a lot of our countries are among the top providers of the labor force for digital labor platforms. But if you want to know who are these people, you will fall short of any answer, because it's a great machine, but it doesn't say much about people who are there. And therefore, we felt inspired really to look who are these people and to try to answer that question, because we see that it's a very important question, especially for our markets, either in the sense that we think about this type of work as a source for missing labor force, which we feel in the region, or we can think about this labor force as people who got skills which are not relevant at the labor market yet, at the local labor market yet, because it doesn't have so sophisticated industries, but these people are really working hard to have top-notch skills to be competitive at the global labor market. In times of crisis, this opportunity to be able to find work on global labor markets was also very important, because at the times of crisis at the local labor market, that was a very good option for a lot of people in our regions. So we first did a lot of qualitative research, which was really hard, because these people are invisible, right? They're working from their homes. If you don't have friends, you usually don't know about them. So it was a very hard job. But then we decided to make an instrument which will be more of a statistical kind, because it's very hard to measure this work. There are a lot of attempts all over Europe, and these attempts are, let's say, usually one-time approach, but there is no systemic measurement of this labor force in the region, except for the GigMeter. So the aim of this GigMeter is to provide insights about labor dynamics in online digital platforms, and to ensure evidence-based policy making in Serbia and the countries in the region, where we include Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia and Croatia. Maybe you all know that there was a large strike in Hungary, there was a large strike in Serbia, and in these instances we were able to see that these people exist and that these people need certain labor rights which they don't have still. So therefore, we thought that we have to help our policymakers to understand who are these people, to understand the size of this labor force, to understand who are these people by their profession, by gender, by the type of earnings they can receive on these platforms. And we created GigMeter, which gives data about the number about gender, incomes, and occupations of online platform workers. We specifically chose one platform, which is Upwork, already mentioned by Branka. This is either the first or the second largest global platform, which is a source for a lot of employers or from all around the world. And since December 2019, we are measuring a labor force in these countries. We are doing that twice a year, and we think that this is enough, because although it's a very, very dynamic market, it doesn't change that much that we need to have an insight which will be on a daily basis. As said, Upwork is both one of the largest global platforms, employing in a way between 7 and 13 million people, and it is extremely popular in our region. Basically, in almost all of the countries we observe, it is the most important global and universal platform. What do we mean by universal? There are platforms like, for example, 99 Design, which are a very good choice for designers. But Upwork is a great choice, let's say, for everybody. So for all workers who have any sort of skills, which is by which they can present and deliver services in a digital form. That means designers, that means people working in ICT, that means people who are working in translation, different tasks related to marketing and special services like in architecture or law services or any other service you can imagine which can be delivered online. So we collect this data by web scraping, and we use commercially available software. And then we analyze data. These are massive data representing approximately 70 to 80% of the total number of active digital workers in our region. You will later see how many workers are there. And we, as I said, collect this data at regular intervals, twice a year, in February, March, and August, September. And later on, you will see what our research shows. And you can always go also to our website, which is called GigMeter, and which will, and this website contains both all our reports, which are on a regular basis, and includes specific reports which we did about specific problems, like, for example, gender, or, for example, we did a research on workers in Ukraine in times of before the war and during the conflict. So the GigMeter is a very useful tool for all you can imagine when you think about those data we collect. And now I will introduce my colleague Zoran Kalenic, who will now present the methodology.
If you can hear me. On the next slide, you can see actually the data that we are using in our analysis, and some of those data we collect directly from the user profiles, and some of them we estimate using our algorithms. So first of data that we are using is gender, because we use and we work on many analyses related to gender and gender differences. Next is location, because also we have some analysis based on the local and regional differences on the freelancer market. Next are the skills. Each freelancer defines the skills in which he is good at, and we use them to analyze freelancer market, and also to determine the main and additional occupations. We needed somehow to group these freelancers in some kind of groups, and we for this, as previously mentioned, use the online labor index kind of grouping, by which all occupations are grouped in 6 categories, which are clerical and data entry, creative and multimedia, professional services, sales and marketing support, software development and technology, and writing and translation. We also collect hourly rate, which is actually the amount of money which a freelancer requires for 1 hour of his work or her work. If available, we collect total income of freelancer through the platform, sorry, total number of jobs and hours performed on the platform, its success rate and rating, and the number of completed jobs, and if available, the details on the last completed job, and the number of jobs in progress, including details on the last job in progress. And on the next slide, you will see how we are actually collecting data. Next slide, please. So when we use some filters on the Upwork platform, we get the list of freelancers, and here you can see this list with some of the data that we are collecting. So here the name is marked, but also you can see the hourly rate, you can see success rate, you can see a short description, also the name is covered. But when you click on the one of the profiles, you can get the full profile of freelancers. So on the next page, next slide please, you can see the full freelancer profile, and from which we get the rest of the data that we use on our analysis. Here you can see the city and the country, and again success rate, and again the much longer description of a freelancer, number of total jobs, number of total hours, and hourly rate, and also work history. So if this freelancer has some completed jobs and how many, and if he or she has some job in progress and how many at the moment of the data reading. Of course, before our analysis, we have to resolve some issues that we have. So on the next slide, please, you will see some of the main challenges that we have. For example, some of the data that we are using and that were presented at the first slide are not directly accessible from the profile. For example, gender. We don't have gender of the user profile, and here we use some methods to estimate the gender of the freelancer. We use paid services called genderize.io, which actually estimate the gender based on the name of a freelancer that we collected on his or her profile. Of course, we had to set a threshold. In our example, it's 85% of probability of or of certainty that that is the right gender of the freelancer. So if we meet this requirement, then it's gender proposed by the services. If not, we try to estimate gender manually by looking at the photo of the freelancer on his or her profile. Another challenge that we have is related to how to determine the main occupation. As I mentioned earlier, we use this OLI proposal of how we can group the occupation into 6 groups, and here, based on the skills from the user profile, we determine for each skill to which of those 6 groups it belongs. We have some kind of translation or table. So for each skill, we define to which of those 6 profession it belongs. And then based on just counting the skills of freelancer, we determine what is his main occupation. For example, if one freelancer has 5 skills in software development and 3 skills in marketing and sales. Then his main occupation is software development and additional occupation is marketing and sales. Another issue that we had in some recent readings was a high number of fake profiles generated by artificial intelligence. And in last reading, let's say we easily identified these profiles because it was the same name, the same city, and also the beginning of the freelancer description was the same. It was as a full stack developer, I am, and then something different for different profiles. But for us at this time, it was easy to identify and to exclude, to delete these profiles. But the number was quite huge. For example, for Croatia, we collected data for about 5,000 freelancers, and out of 5,000, 2,000 were actually fake profiles that we had to exclude from the analysis. And finally, one of the challenges is that Upwork frequently makes minor changes on its website and on user profiles, which influences our data collection process. So every time we have to prepare another script for web scraping, and also some data is different from time to time. For example, for our first measurement, the maximum number of skills that one freelancer could set for himself was 10 or 12, and now this number is up to 24. So this also influences our data collection and data analysis. Thank you. Now my colleague Vladan Ivanovic will continue with some results of our analysis.
Thank you. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's okay. Thanks. Hello to everyone. We are very happy to be here today, and I want to thank my colleagues who introduced the topic to you. Now what I will do, I will present you or show you just a part of what the gig method potential is when it comes to presenting the data, so analyzing the data. I would, before that, mention only one thing. We are very heterogeneous team. So we are both Professor Kalinic and me, Professor of Economics, professor on the University of Kragujevac, Faculty of Economics, but we have quite different backgrounds. I'm professor, I have PhDs in economics, and Professor Kalinic has done his PhD in a topic related to neural thinking, so he is a more AI expert, mechanical engineer. And we tried to concentrate from Branka, Tanya, Zoran, and Ljuba all different skills we are having in designing this very unique instrument. My colleagues already mentioned that there are much famous, on the much greater scale, globally available instruments as, for example, OLI index. But what they are not, as Tanya mentioned, what they are not doing are not presenting the data about the labor force on the demand side on a such detailed level as we are doing in the gig method. So we have very, very detailed data about the people who are working, what they are working, how their performance looks like, and all the other different things. It's very useful in many regards, even in the domain of the creation of, I don't know, regional policy, policies related to the skills development and matching the needs of the companies, digitalization, and many other topics. So what I will do now, I will present you some of the main trends we are recorded in the last, since 2019, and what you can notice here, this is these curves are showing the number of gig workers, the development, the trend of the number of the gig workers over the last few years in the countries in the region. What you can notice is that we are having one upward trend almost continuously. and that we have the situation since the mid of 2023 that we have some kind of restructuring of the market. So we have some kind of going back the number of the gig workers since then. What could be the explanation? Probably a lot of them, but one definitely very significant, which influenced very strongly the labor market globally, is the introduction of generative AI models, which actually overtook, so the AI tools overtook part of the jobs of the workers on the digital label platforms. And since the launch of the chatbot, OpenAI chatbot in 2022, the end of 2022, November 2022, it's shortly, so the trend is actually changing since then. What is very important thing when we look at this trend is actually that we are observing the people, this trend of growing number of gig workers is related to the fact that we are observing one very specific platform, it's Upwork, and the growing number of gig workers on this platform is the result of two things. One thing is that we have even more young people entering the digital label market, trying to make that for living, working on these platforms. And the other thing is that Upwork is attracting the people from the main competitors or from the other global digital label platforms. And these trends are the result of that. What else could be noticed is the fact that Serbia, as you can see here on the graph, Serbia is having the greatest number of digital workers. So it's a really top destination in this on this market globally. Although it has significantly lower number of resources, let's say the number of people living in this country compared, for example, with Romania. And in order to check how the region ranks globally, or to see more about individual countries accounting for the size of individual country or the number of citizens, we introduced an additional measure, or the relative measure, when we and here is presented the number of gig workers per 1,000 inhabitants, which actually corrects for the size of the country. And what is interesting is that we have here very significant populations according to this criteria in two other countries, even more than in Serbia. These are the North Macedonia and Albania. But the fact remains, even according to this criteria, that we have one very dynamic market in this regard. So these things are changing as well from measurement to measurement, and some sometimes changes are very significant. So one of the last changes were in the number, in the case of Serbia, where this ratio grew for 20 people per 100,000 inhabitants. The next thing, which is interesting, is definitely one of the topics generally in different policy debates, is the gender issue. How the digital labor market is accommodated or how it refers to different genders. And we observe between males and females here. And generally, if you think about digital labor markets, and when we think about technology, technology should be very gender neutral. So if you know to do something, you do independently, whether you are a woman or a man. So it should be blind toward the gender. But if we look at the data, this is not the case. So what we have definitely the situation that these platforms are dominated by the men more than the women in all the countries. But that is the one side of the story. The other side of the story is that there are differences, some even very significant between the countries. So, for example, Albania is a very, very gender equal country where half of population, actually 49.5% of population are the women, and the rest, so almost the equal share, is of the men. And the least equal country in the region is the Bosnia and Herzegovina, where only 30%, something more, a bit more, 30% of the population are the women, the rest are the men. So there are huge differences. On average, it's around 38.6% share of the women in the population. And what tells us, what is the story of this? And what these numbers are telling us, this is highly dependent on what is going on in offline world. So in which sense? So if you have educational system set it in a way that absorbs much more men than women, then you will have translation on the digital labor market in a sense that you will have more gig workers, male gig workers instead of female gig workers. And as I said, generally the Southeast European region belongs to one of the most gender equal regions in the world, although it is far away from the most developed digital labor market on the world, and that is the USA market, digital labor market, where the half of population are the women, the rest are the men. So the additional thing we are observing is, I will raise productivity, so I will shortly finish. We collect the information according to the 6 professions. So we classify the gig workers according to their skills into the 6 professions according to the Oxford Internet Institute classification. But what the fact is one very interesting thing not seen in this data is the fact that we have within the gig workers population 60% of the gig workers having the skills which are coming from different professions. So this doesn't mean if we classify someone as a software developer that he's only having skills related to this digital profession. It has much broader set of skills. Actually, a lot of these gig workers, majority of them, 60% of them, are having this characteristic that they are combining the skills from different professions. And the most obvious thing is maybe from the data, from the graphs presented here, is the fact that 2 professions are dominating. And this is actually very good in the context of the quality of the structure of the digital labor market. These are the multimedia and creative tasks or services and software development. These 2 professions are, compared to the average salary for the gig workers, are much better paid. So in this regard, the whole region is in a relatively good position. And I would mention this, only one thing more, because the latest research we have done, we try to match the demand, the global demand for the labor force. What are the postings? What are the global companies requiring from the gig workers, and the skills they are requiring, and what are, so from the region, gig workers are offering, what kind of skills? And it is almost perfect match. So in a sense, we have the structure of a digital labor market which perfectly corresponds to the global demand for the gig work. Now our colleague Ljuba Radonic will take over.
Oh, thank you, Alan. Hello to all. I hope that you can hear me. At the next few slides, I will represent two variables that we also analyze by Gigameter. The first one is the hourly rate by workers. First, I would like to say that when we say the hourly rates, we don't actually mean on the level of the hourly rates that workers receive, but the hourly rates that the workers actually demand for their services. At this slide, we can see the differences in the hourly rates by country. As you may see, the country with the highest hourly rate is Croatia. At the latest measurement, we can see that the hourly rate in this country was $26 per hour. And it is followed by the hourly rates of workers from Hungary and also from Romania. So this information is not probably too much surprising because these are the most developed countries from our samples. So these countries also have the most developed traditional labor markets. Also, we can conclude from this presented data that we also have two more countries that have higher average hourly rate than the regional average. Those are Bulgaria and Montenegro. But we also have here four countries that have the smallest average hourly rate than the regional average, and those countries are Albania, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and North Macedonia. We can also see from this graph that the lowest hourly rate is in North Macedonia, and this is the country where workers potentially earn the lowest hourly rate, which is below the $20 per hour. Now we can move to the next slide where we can analyze the differences between men and women by country. And also, before analyzing the differences between men and women by country, we can say that on the regional average, there are slightly gender convergence in our sample because women in the region earn about 86% of the average earnings of their male counterparts. So this is slightly higher than the global average because from the research from 2022, we can see that this average was on the level of 82%, and it is much higher than the average of what women earn in United States of America, where women only earn about 52% of what their male counterparts actually earn. When we look at the specific countries from our sample, we can simply conclude that there are a lot of differences within the countries from the sample. Actually, the country with the highest differences between men and women in the hourly rates is the Croatia, and the most egalitarian workforce is present in Albania. In Albania, we can see that actually we can say that the reason why women in Albania earn much more similar than their male counterparts is because in this country is also women are also much more represented than the women in the other countries from the same. We can now move to the other slide. Then the other variable we can present here is the earnings of our workers from our countries. You can see here an upward trend in the observing period. Actually, the only decreasing trend is present in the latest period, from the February 2023 to the October of 2023, when we can see that in majority of countries there was a declining trend in the earnings of our workers. Looking at the structure of the earnings from the region, we can see that the largest proportion of income on the platform was generated by the gig workers from Serbia and Romania. This is not also surprising, because these two countries has the biggest gig population from our sample. And also we can say that, on contrary, the country with the lowest earnings from our sample is also naturally Montenegro, as the country which have the smallest share of population in our sample of our countries. And we can go to the next slide, when we can here's also we can see the differences in earnings between men and women. We can see here on these graphs that men are represented by squares, and women are presented by the cycles. Also here what we can see is the biggest gap between women and men were recorded in Bosnia and Herzegovina when looking at the latest measurement from our analysis. In this country, like I said, in the latest measurement, women achieved only 36 or 35% of men's earnings. Also, like when we analyze the other rates, and also when we speak about earnings, the greatest convergence is present in Albania. In this country, women, in the latest measurement, women were able to earn almost 92% of the total income achieved by their male counterparts. And then we can move to the next slides. This is the concluding slides, where we can conclude with some general insights from our analysis. The first insight would be that Gig Matter proved that there is general increase in the number of online workers in most of the observed countries. Some of the countries doubled their gig population in these 2 years we represented to you. And also we can see that there are a higher number of online workers per capita. The indicator that Vladan presented. This indicator is much higher in the less developed countries, so we can say that maybe online work or gig work is more popular in the less developed countries from our region. And also the general characteristic of the online gig work is that men are overrepresented on the online platforms almost in all countries. Also, I mean, in all countries, but we saw some differences between when we come to gender gap in our countries. And finally, we can say that when we said that there was an upward trend in the past 2 years, we can also conclude that this platform work, this online platforms still represent a viable alternative to jobs to people from these countries, because many of these regional countries are the less developed countries where the traditional labor market cannot be adapted to some changes that can be adapted and can be comprised by the online platform work. And now I will switch back to my colleagues on site to conclude with the presentation of gig matter and to open the discussion. Thank you.
It seems that we don't have time for discussion. We intentionally left you with so a little number of minutes and seconds to ask us questions, but I hope that we can answer them sometime soon or at one of the breaks. You can see 4 conclusions here and you can, oh, okay, so yes. Please go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for the panel. I'm Sončica, and thank you for guiding us through the data set and the methodology. I do agree that gig work offers more flexibility compared to traditional employment. But I also think that traditional employment as such is important because of the revenue it generates through taxation. So the more employment we have, more production, size of the pie gets larger, and the foundation for taxation is larger as well. So my question is, what is the role of gig work and digital work in general in disrupting traditional taxation mechanisms? Thank you.
Can you repeat the last part of your question? What is the role of gig meter in?
Not necessarily gig meter, but the role of gig work, in disrupting traditional taxation mechanisms.
Well, thank you for the question. We think that it makes a change. It disrupts the market, but not maybe to the level that we expected in the beginning. What we see on the labor supply side is that the workers or freelancers that we cover or track over the years actually lack certain protection mechanisms that we strongly advocate with policymakers in Serbia, but this is not enough. It needs to be like either regional EU approach or global approach to resolving the problem of these workers. On the other side, we have a demand side, which is much more complicated, and platforms as business entities require strong regulation, at least according to the EU, and this is what is going on at this point of time. So I will ask my colleagues if they want to complement my response, but that is by and large the question and the answer to your question.
Thank you very much. I'm Igor Mocny from Belgrade. Just a very, quick question. Based on your experience in your research, how do you see future trends of gig work in Serbia within the next maybe 2 to 4 years? What do you think will change, if anything? Thank you.
It's very hard. I can to predict, but we can mix the experiences of different countries to model the different parameters of, because I already said digital labor market is some kind of mirroring what is going on in traditional conventional sphere, working and general circumstances. So in this regard, I can say you why, for example, here in our sample, Romania or Hungary are having relatively low number of gig workers per 100,000 inhabitants, because simply they don't have unemployment within the higher education population. So unemployment rates in these two countries within the tertiary educated people is 1.5, 1.8. So in this regard, there is no supply of the labor because all the people are working in traditional companies, let's say. So in this regard, as the number of resources decreasing in Serbia, probably our supply on the global labor market will decline, or the relative relevance of Serbia as a destination for the gig workers will decline. And not only that, you have very huge countries, like we don't know anything about these countries. For example, Malaysia. Malaysia is having 280 million inhabitants. It's a huge reserve of the labor force. And the programmer and very good programmer in Malaysia is 10 times less paid by the programmer in Spain, for example. And in this regard, when it comes about the digital labor market, so the price is a very important mechanism for attracting or rejecting the people from the market. And our labor force is getting, in this regard, is not very, very cheap in the global terms, so it will distract the people from that. So I would say that the future development will be much more moderate than it was the case in the previous few years.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. My name is Katerina, and I see that you present GigMeter as a statistical instrument, but that it can inform policymakers to take an action. Do you already observe the results of your work, the statistics and data used by the policymakers, or at least some reaction and interest towards it? Thank you.
Thank you. We discussed the results of the GigMeter from the very beginning with policymakers. And at the beginning, that was a big surprise for them. Before they had to start to think about it, and that was when we had a large strike in Serbia. And then they were also, as you said, interested from the perspective of tax regulation. Fortunately and hopefully they will be also interested when it comes to workers' rights, because we are very strong supporters of regulation of workers' rights of these people. And yes, we can say that I would say that data provided by us were the only data the government was able to use in their working group they established to discuss with freelancers and with unions and other respective parties how they should approach the question of their rights and obligations, let's say. So in that sense, yes, we see that GigMeter is used. It is also very interesting for other people in other countries because also other countries are discussing how to regulate this type of labor, which is, we may say, much more pronounced in our countries than, for example, in Western Europe. And that's why, you know, it's while the European regulation is more focused on workers on site, like Glovo and Volt, our countries, and not just our countries, but a lot of countries like India, like all countries which are former Soviet republics, they're more interested how to regulate workers who are working online. And in that respect, I think that we see gradually that that we are gaining interest of these countries when it comes to measuring the number of workers on these platforms. And second, I would say we are not just dealing with statistics. We are also, as a think tank, we are also very much involved in advocating for labor rights, and we are presenting our suggestions on how this work has to be regulated. And by the end of this year, we will present the way how we think that the European directive on platform work has to be introduced into Serbian labor law. Yes? Yes, there is another question, if we can. No? Yeah, okay.
So I guess this is a sign to leave.
No. This is a sound. So please, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise and for really engaging discussion and for a very interesting presentation. Now I kindly invite you all to take 15 minutes break and enjoy coffee. Thank you. Okay, now that we are refreshed, I hope we are ready for a painful topic. Next dialogue is a bit hard one, public-private policy dialogue. Let us welcome Council of Europe and hear how they are solving it. So, the stage is yours, already yours.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yes, it works. My name is Octavian Shofransky, and I'm a digital governance advisor at the Council of Europe. I recognize many of your faces from yesterday at our Council of Europe panel on digital agenda, and I see many new faces today. I greet both faces. It's a pleasure to have you here. As I spoke yesterday, the Council of Europe digital agenda aims at protecting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in the digital environment. The Council of Europe Digital Partnership with companies and associations that we'll be presenting today aims at the same thing, protecting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in the digital environment. Before we go into details of our partnership, I would like my panelists to present themselves today. And I will start with Magda Eremia. She is a legal counsel at Microsoft, and she has a broad experience in many legal, very important topics.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Hello to everyone. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share with you very little part of what the company that I'm representing today, Microsoft Corporation, is doing in this space in partnership with the Council of Europe, other governmental or intergovernmental organizations, industry, academia, and NGOs. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Magda. And Angela Koris, she represents the Connect Europe, is the largest European association of telecom operators.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me today. So I'm a policy officer at Connect Europe, formerly known as ETNO, and I focus on some different topics, including, excuse me, AI, including international topics like internet governance, and more technical topics like naming, addressing, and numbering. And I'm really excited to be here today to have this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Angela. And Jaromir Novak, he is coming from Prague, and he is representing the largest association of internet service providers called EuroISPA.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for having me there again. I'm representing the SEEDIG on the national level, which is Czech top domain register, and we are part of EuroISPA because, you know, most of the legislation and regulation is coming now from the Brussels, and it really makes sense for us to be a big part of a big organization which can influence the legislations and the rules which are followed. Okay.
Thank you, Jaromir. And Irene Kitsara, she's coming from Vienna, and she represents the EIII. It's the International Engineers and Electronics, no, she'll tell you better. This is the world organization of professionals in related to internet. There is more than, I think, almost 500,000 members that Irene represents today.
Thank you very much, Octavian. Thank you, and thanks to SEEDIG for having us today. So my name is Irene Kitsara. I'm the European Standardization Initiatives Director from IEEE. I also sometimes hesitate. It's the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. And indeed, it does represent, it's the largest technical and professional association, which represents experts. It used to be electrical and electronic engineers, but right now we are here at a multilateral but also profile and disciplinary dialogue, and we also, our members come from different profiles way beyond the engineering world. IEEE takes responsible innovation very seriously, and we work in aspects around responsible innovation, AI ethics, and issues that relate to digital governance and data governance, among others, and we're very happy to be part of this dialogue today.
Welcome, Irene. And finally, we have joining us from Madrid, Pablo Barrionuevo Uelalmo. He works for Telefónica. He's a specialist in law and diplomacy, and he will tell us more about himself right now.
Thank you, Octavian. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry for not being here in person with you, but well, that's life. As you've said, I'm Pablo Barrionuevo. I'm head of public policy and the internet at Telefónica. As you may know, Telefónica is a Spanish telecom operator with main operations in Spain, in UK, Germany, and Latin America. Very grateful with the Council of Europe for the invitation, and with the SEEDIG for organizing this event that I think is very, very relevant, and very happy to share this panel with my digital partners today. Thank you, Octavian.
Thank you, Pablo. As you see, today we have experts joining us from so many different European cities: Madrid, Bucharest, Brussels, Prague, and Vienna, and of course myself from Strasbourg. So the Council of Europe already for many years has realized the importance of public-private cooperation in the field of digital governance, and in 2017 it has initiated a dialogue with the leading technology companies and professional associations to protect human rights, democracy, and the rule of law online. What is the objective or value added of this partnership? You can see this on this slide. We intend to boost public confidence and users' trust in technology, gain a better understanding of the Council of Europe legal frameworks, provide partners with access to the network of the Council of Europe 46 member states and 6 observer states, which is also important. Among them we have important states like the US, Japan, etc., and civil society organizations. Better understanding of government and societal expectations from the companies, and inform or support the development of Council of Europe digital policies. And finally, devise and implement corporate social responsibility initiatives more efficiently. Here is the photo from the launch of the partnership in 2017. At that time, we had, I think, 12 members. You may recognize the former Secretary General of the Council of Europe and some other high officials from our partners. Currently, we have 27 partners. I'll just briefly mention all of them because they're all important: Apple, Cloudflare, Computer and Communications Industry Association, Deutsche Telekom, Intel, Digital Europe, Euro-ISPA, represented here by Jaromir Novak, European Digital SME Alliance, European Telecommunications Network Operation Association, Connect Europe, represented here by Angela Corres, Meta, Global Network Initiative, GNI, Google, GSMA, Microsoft, also represented here by Magda, Orange, Telefónica, represented online by Pablo Barrionuevo, Lego Group, ICC, ServiceNow, ICCO, IEEE, represented by Irene Kitsara here, RIPE-NCC, AT&T, BT, IBM, and finally the Internet Society organization. So what is the Council of Europe approach in its partnership with business and associations? How to find the right balance between respective roles of states, online platforms, and media stakeholders, as well as individuals themselves, because empowering individuals is one of our goals as well. We need to develop a shared responsibility of both public and private actors. And we need to ensure that human rights are protected and the European Court of Human Rights applies both online and offline. The topics of the latest meeting in Strasbourg in May 2024 range from the new Convention on Artificial Intelligence to the metaverse and its impact on human rights, the digital governance and freedom of expression, the digitalization, training and human rights, gender equality, electronic evidence, and many, many other subjects. This was a very successful meeting. Some of you were present at it, I mean the panelists, and we are planning to organize another meeting of the same magnitude next May, on 15th of May in Strasbourg again, where I'm inviting you and many of you. And the final slide, what is our roadmap, the general roadmap of the partnership? Basically, we invite partners to participate in the work of specialized committee and other intergovernmental expert bodies to contribute to the drafting of legally and politically binding standards. We co-organize conferences and other awareness-raising events or participate in conferences like today. We provide expertise to the Council of Europe studies, and Irene will tell us about an exciting journey to produce a study on the metaverse. Receiving Council of Europe expertise, the companies can also benefit from the training and seminars provided by the Council of Europe, and finally develop joint projects and targeted partnerships. So with this, I invite panelists to provide the first answers to our questions. So my first question to you is the following. Please elaborate on your company or association ongoing cooperation with the Council of Europe and other public-private frameworks. Who would like to start?
I think they displayed my slides, so...
Excellent. So Magda Jeremia from Microsoft, she'll tell us about her experience with the Council of Europe.
Thank you so much again for this opportunity. And actually, what I would like to encourage an open discussion, and I am going to build on what Octavian already started sharing. He mentioned the work for the convention, the Framework Convention on AI, that the Council of Europe started 2 years ago. Microsoft is an observer, one of the 68 observers that participated in the works for drafting this convention. We had the opportunity to bring our contribution, to give a developer's point of view, and I am very glad that this was adopted in May and open for signature in September. So it's very new, but it is already signed by the European Union, by US, by Israel, and some of the countries, in the region, including Montenegro, the Republic of Moldova, or Georgia. So that is an example of how a private actor like Microsoft can contribute and can work together with other industry partners and with Council of Europe in advancing the digital agenda of protecting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And I would like to dwell a bit in the protecting of democracy, and that is because there are a lot of elections that had happened and are still due to happen in the remaining of this year. We even have a map, and I'm going to first show the map. These are the places in the world that had or still have elections this year. The threat of disinformation, of fake content that is related to the political debate and elections is very high. and it is higher as the technology allows for deepfakes and for use of automated tools to influence, to spread messages or to disrupt legitimate activities, which is why Microsoft has launched a number of initiatives for protecting in this area. I'm not going to go through all of this, but there is training, there is detection and response team support, there is intelligence that is shared with the political actors about potential nation-state adversaries trying to control the election. So that is available. I invite you all to look into more details if you would like. One of this detailed approach is a tech accord that was assumed and entered into by Microsoft in the beginning of the year in February, together with a lot of other industry actors, very important actors, both from the side of technology, hosting, deploying and providing AI tools, for instance, and from the providers of social media and platforms for spreading the content. The authenticity of content, provenance of content, how to assess it, how to spot a deepfake, how to address it, and then to share the experience, to share the learnings with the others, both on the public and the private side, is very important. So that is what this tech accord is proposing to do with several measures. I also remain available for details if needed. And finally, before finalizing this first intervention, I wanted to provide you with an example of how to look into the authenticity and provenance of the content. There is an initiative that is an industry-led initiative, C2PA, Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, started, as you can see, by Adobe, Microsoft, BBC, Intel. Publicis is also a part of this initiative. What they do is cryptographically signing content and using a very small watermark, this one, content credentials, CR, and everyone can hover on this sign and see the metadata, see the information about that content. If it was synthetically created, when it was created, who has altered it, etc. So it is let's say a sign, a mark of authenticity and provenance tracking, which can increase credibility and empower the consumers of this content, which is all of us, to make an informed assessment of what they are fed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. Microsoft indeed was one of the founding members of the Digital Partnership, and we are very proud of our ongoing intense cooperation. Now, Angela, please tell us about your experience with this partnership.
Yes, so formerly at Now Connect Europe has been participating in the Digital Partnership Initiative as well, and we view it as a very positive initiative to give us a chance to also exchange with one another, exchange ideas on a wide variety of topics. And I personally have been involved since this year and got to attend the meeting earlier this year. So I think it's very a good initiative and moment for us to share some of the things that we're doing. Today, what I've brought for you have been some more details on initiatives our members undertaken in the region and also some initiatives our association do in some different areas. But I don't know if I should elaborate on those now. Maybe I can wait until the specific questions for you, Octavian. It's as you wish.
Thank you, Angela. I'm very happy of our growing collaboration as well. So next is Jaromir.
Yeah, I just want to highlight one specific missions of the partnership is the educations of the lawmaker and decision makers, and because what we see now, and it's not only a problem of the EU, but it's also that the lawmakers and decision makers are not very aware of how the digital world is working, how the digital infrastructure is working, and sometimes they come with very let's say stupid ideas, how to regulate content and so on. So this part of this mission we see very important, and we also produce a lot of documents and materials explaining easily to people how the digital works, where is the content, what's the responsibility of the operator, of the ISP operator, what's the responsibility of content provider, data center, and so on. So this is I think very important to show and explain the basics to these people, and I'm happy that this is our common part.
Indeed, Jaromir, training lawyers and all the general public as well in terms of their responsibilities is a very important part of our cooperation. I'm happy that we can enhance it even more next year. Next year, the Council of Europe has declared as the year of the digital citizenship. So basically, we are having a number of projects, programs, and events trying to raise awareness about the importance of digital literacy and provide the necessary courses. And I was explaining the day before yesterday to some of persons present here, and also at the Youth Dig. We have the Council of Europe only 53 courses on various aspects of human rights in the digital world. And we invite all of you to Google Help Council of Europe, and this course, which is Human Rights Education for Legal Professionals, is accessible for free and in multiple languages.
If I just may, I have one scary experience from the past, because I was the part of the negotiations team on the telco review framework in 2009. And there was the situation that the European Parliament and several members of the European Parliament placed the amendment on the cookies, which really makes no sense. And if it would be approved in the way they put it on the table, it will be really ruin the internet, how it works in these times. So and other companies, their industry, and it was very hard to explain them that it's wrong on the other hand, and when they realize it is wrong, how to save their faces, because it was already put it on the table. So there was really drafting something in the recitals and trying to put at least one word to save the internet in these times. So that's why I think it's also important.
Instead, Jaromir, digital literacy is our common task. And now Irene will tell us about, I guess, many things, but one very exciting project that we've completed this year.
Sure. So we have been, IEEE has also been part of the digital partnership since 2021. We have been engaging on different levels with the Council of Europe. So we had also the honor and opportunity to participate in the different consultations of CAHI and later CAI, and Now, for example, the Huderia consultation, so the tool for impact assessment on human rights, the rule of law and democracy, and the one specific cooperation that you have been alluding to is this joint report that we published this September, which is about the metaverse and its impact on human rights, the rule of law and democracy. Which has been a great example, I think, of partnership and what it can bring the technical community and technical expertise along with the human rights expertise that the Council of Europe is a leader in. So we had the opportunity of bringing approximately 50 experts representing technical, legal, ethical, policy backgrounds and experiences, and creating an issues paper on, as it is, metaverses, cross-cutting, similar to AI, so addressing, linking this to different human rights and the potential impact that a metaverse could have. And then we had also the opportunity to exchange with subject matter experts at the Council of Europe the different areas and domains and have their reviews and inputs. And we hope that this is, so we had then the opportunity of presenting this work at different committees at the Council of Europe, also at the EuroDIC, and before that at the IGF, a shorter version of this work. And this has also been, for us as well, a learning opportunity, and also for our community, because getting the perspective and the specific experience that comes also with, for example, the case law and previous incidents, because the issues and the keywords and concerns around, for example, metaverse were similar to the ones that have been faced previously in internet governance or other iterations of emerging technologies and applications. So this has also been a very valuable experience for us, and we look forward to continuing our close cooperation.
Indeed, Irene, by reading this publication on the metaverse, I realized that the virtual worlds or Web4 or metaverses, this phenomenon is called, has the potential to become a new revolution in human history. So it's very important to pay close attention to it. And I hope, I'm certain that this is not our last collaboration, but one important stepping stone. And finally, we have Pablo from Madrid. Please tell us about your experience with the digital partnership.
Thank you, Octavian. Telefónica, we joined the digital partnership of the Council of Europe back in 2017. That was 7 years ago. And so I think that the first point to raise is that, well, 10 years ago, this idea of public-private collaboration was maybe not so present. And so we have to underline the vision of the Council of Europe when they decided to put in place this initiative, of the digital partnership. In my personal opinion, for Telefónica, it's been positive, but I like to think that this experience has been positive for both parts. And that's maybe one of the main results, Taking the road of the mentioned convention on AI that was indeed adopted by the Council of Europe in May, I'd like to add a couple of things. Well, indeed, I will extend this procedure, this process of the AI convention back to the CAHAI, but maybe I'd like to say that even if it has taken some years from the beginning to the end, I have to say, and that would be maybe one of the main conclusions, the first conclusion is that even if at the beginning we may think that following this multi-stakeholder model or this public-private collaboration may be more difficult at the beginning, and that it would be more difficult to join or to find consensus between different stakeholders, government, academia, private companies. The truth and the lesson we've learned with the topic of artificial intelligence is that the result is the time is shorter to put in place this instrument of international law. And that's the first conclusion. At the beginning, it may seem more difficult, but the result is shorter. And the second conclusion, in my opinion, is that, and this is more important, is that the result is better. I mean, if you manage to join all the different visions in one same direction, the result you get is better. And I think that, in my opinion, these are the main two conclusions that we can learn from these multi-stakeholder models, public-private collaboration. Thank you, Octavian.
Indeed, Pablo, I cannot but agree with you that this multi-stakeholder model has the capacity to federate interest groups from various walks of the society. And one of the recent and very, very important examples is the elaboration of the Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence, the Metaverse report, all kind of initiatives to promote digital literacy, and we'll continue on that. Now, certainly, this might be the largest panel in terms of number of panelists at this session, which of the SEEDIG, which proves the interest of our digital partners also for the Southeastern Europe. So I would like to ask you, which particular initiatives of your companies and associations are the most relevant in this region of the world, and why? Maybe, Pablo, you want to start to reverse a bit the order.
Thank you, Octavian. Well, in the case of Telefónica, we are not present in this region, even if we are a global company. But I'd like to talk about a process that we've been following that affects us worldwide. And this is as you may know, the Global Digital Compact that was annexed to the Pact of the Future that was adopted at the UN's General Assembly in New York City last September. And thinking about this Pact of the Future and this Global Digital Compact, I'd like to say a couple of things. I mean, first of all, we have to say that this idea of multi-stakeholder process is present at the Global Digital Compact, and also is this idea of internet governance. And maybe this is the main point, no, that we can take out of the Global Digital Compact. And also, this Global Digital Compact and this Pact of the Future opens, if you want, the idea of the revision of these internet governance processes and the internet governance organizations. We may think that this initiative of the United Nations, well, opens the idea we're going to have maybe a first bubble around the United Nations and the UN, thinking about internet governance or the governance of the digital world. And the second bubble would be centered in Geneva, no, with the ITU and the WSIS, WSIS plus 20 process. These are going to be, in my opinion, in the future, the two main central points of the internet governance for the future. Also, this Global Digital Compact is also a case of study of a multi-stakeholder process. We have all been participating in this process, which I think is very, very relevant.
Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you.
Indeed, yesterday already, Isabel da Sola from the United Nations presented the Global Digital Compact, and there was a very substantial discussion. And indeed, this brings us all together, Southeastern Europe and all the other parts of the world, in building a more just and safe digital environment. Who'd like next to continue and focus as much as possible on Southeastern Europe? Irene.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So first of all, I agree with Pablo on the global discussions with the representation, of course, of different regions with their specificities and the value they bring in and their experience. Now, regarding Southeastern Europe, and I come from Southeastern Europe, I'm Greek, so IEEE has the membership is divided in regions. So Region 8 is Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, and we have a lot of technical conferences. Yesterday I was speaking at the CSCN, who was taking place at another venue in Belgrade, and this is, for example, a conference on communications and networking standards, and this typically takes place in Southeastern Europe. So in alternation, there are representations there in different countries, and the reason behind that is that the researchers who come from this region are extremely active, and they're very interested also in issues in the technical implementation of what we are discussing here today, or what is part of the digital governance. So how do you implement technically, how do you translate in technical specifications or socio-technical standards considerations around privacy, about data protection, etc. So there is a very important voice in IEEE coming from the region, and a lot of events that take place in this area, and hearing what I heard yesterday as an example and what we're discussing today, I think there is a need to connect even more these two communities, the technical and the governance communities together, and further discuss, because there is definitely the representatives from the region are bringing a lot of value in the discussion, as we
Indeed, Irene. In the earlier presentation today, we learned how much talent in the IT industry exists in the region. It's already connected to the global industry, and it's important to bring it further integrated and further developed at local and national level. Maybe Jaroslav?
I just want to say that EuroISPA is really global. We are based in Brussels and follow mostly the Brussels, but we also participate in Global Compass. But we have partners in different regions, right? ISPA, Japan. Concerning SEEDIG, which I also representing, I changed my head now. We are also producing the open source software, which is based for the internet, how it works. So, for example, I would like to mention that one of this open source software called FRED is used, it's an acronym for Free Register Enum and Domains, which is used for the registers and registry in Serbia, in Albania, and in different parts of this region. And we feel that we produce this as an open source, we feel it's our contribution to the community, to the internet community, and how the internet works. Another contributions is our security project, when everyone can check on the website Tourist Sentinel CZ, the data which are produced from the routers, where we have these honeypots, so the attackers feels he attacks the router, try some passwords, get in, try to do something, and we make an analysis on this. And we put in public all these passwords which is tried. So you can check on the website, okay, I've got a password 123, I should change it because it's the most popular password, and all attackers is trying to try it. So this is another contributions, and everyone can use it, even if it's not using this kind of router, but the security projects go behind this.
Thank you, Jaromir, for this interesting information. And Angela, what is your view from Brussels on this region?
So from Connect Europe, we have members who are from several different EU member states, but also who are active in this region as well. And just to say some general numbers here, we've seen through studies that digitization efforts in the region also significantly enhance the regional prosperity overall. And each euro invested in the infrastructure contributes to GDP growth with a 10% increase in infrastructure investment, leading to about a 0.70% rise in GDP for countries in this region. And we have several members who are significantly investing in digital infrastructure here, so we think that's a very important contribution to the region. To mention a couple specific initiatives, first of all, there's a collaboration through A1 Group, SAP, Telenor, United Group, Deutsche Telekom, the Regional Cooperation Council, and some various other stakeholders, which is basically a concerted effort to expedite the region's digitalization. And alongside Western Balkan governments, these members are a part of a collective which also organizes the Western Balkans Digital Summit, which aims at establishing a multi-stakeholder approach to achieve this more comprehensive digitalization. And secondly, we also have some initiatives that our members engage with to do with roaming. There's the EU and Western Balkan Roaming Initiative, which has been an initiative to try to reduce roaming fees within the regions for Western Balkan citizens traveling to the EU and also vice versa. The rationale here is, of course, to reduce financial burden on individuals who use their phones when they're traveling, and especially in this region, since travel between countries is very common and very frequent. This is a very useful thing to have, and also to spare travelers from the stress of getting any bill shocks on their return home. So those are just a couple of things that some of our members do.
Thank you, Angela. Indeed, your macro investment figures are impressive, but I'm even more happy to learn about the possible decrease of roaming costs, which will affect all of us in a very positive way. And now we have Magda from Microsoft.
Thank you. If you can help me with the following slide. Yeah, thank you. I was disciplined in preparing support materials for this, so I tried to find an example, a concrete example. Microsoft has presence in almost each country of this of the region, but in line with our subject today, fighting disinformation, advancing democracy online and human rights, and bearing in mind that the right to be informed and to make decisions should be an informed process of making decisions, a correctly informed process of making decisions for all the citizens, even speakers of their native tongues. Microsoft, for instance, last year and this year continued a partnership with the Charles University in Prague and with a Czech-based platform, AI platform, for fighting disinformation in the Czech language. It's called Verify. You can check it. Basically, we supported their initiative by providing free credits in Asia, where they were hosting their solution. You know, sometimes quite indirect support is what creativity and local interest and local initiatives require. And I'm very glad that I had the opportunity of presenting this local initiative that we could support.
Excellent news. Magda, thank you. I have many more questions to our panelists, but instead I prefer to say some, because we have limited time, some questions from the floor, maybe 2-3 questions, and then I'll give the panelists the opportunity to answer them in the final round. Okay, in the back there.
Hello, thank you so much for all these explanations that were very interesting. Maybe I'm anticipating a bit on the panels we'll have this afternoon, but I've heard you all talk about multi-stakeholder approaches and how gathering different perspectives is always very useful to move forward in policy. There is this idea that I feel is progressing, that I find very interesting, of multi-stakeholder regulation, actually. For example, having an authority that would be competent with enforcing legal dispositions, where the regulator, like the regulating body, would be comprised not only of public servants, but also of civil society members and experts. And I was wondering what the panelists think about such an initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, who else would like to ask an additional question? Here in front, please.
Hi, thank you very much for this insightful discussion. I'm Igor Mocin from Belgrade. I'm Intellectual Property Council and domain name panelist. So my question is about partnership with business, and I think it's a great initiative, and it's great to hear that there's something going on. But my question is, let's say, what has been done to bring maybe smaller businesses on the table, not just Google, Meta, and Microsoft, but maybe some smaller companies when it comes to cooperation? Thank you.
And the last question, is there anyone who would like to ask one more question? If not, then I will start answering, because as you see, we have 27 partners. Some of them are big names, and some of them are associations. For instance, we have a digital SMEs, which represent, I think 130,000 SMEs in Europe. So, of course, we cannot interact directly with 130,000 entities, but through these associations, and we have 3 associations here, which represent a large number of either small or mid-sized companies, we basically, I think, transmit the necessary messages. And I would like to invite now our panelists to answer the questions raised from the floor, and your final message. Make it, decently short, please, because the next item on the agenda is the lunch. So, Pablo, you are the first.
Thank you. Yes, it is always a challenge to be just before the lunch break. But well, I'm maybe taking the question about the regulation or the multi-stakeholder process for regulating. This is a very interesting question. I think maybe we are quite far from here, but what is true is that we are observing the importance, more and more, the importance of the self-regulation coming from private companies, specifically in this world, no, of the digital economy, which changes so far. Sometimes the self-regulation from the private companies goes faster or comes before the regulation in itself. And this is very interesting, and this gives importance to these self-regulation instruments. For example, in Telefónica, we issued some AI principles a few years ago that we are now that we have now under revision for a new version. But it is interesting not simply to underline this idea of the self-regulation processes coming from private companies that can in some way add ideas to the traditional regulatory processes. Thank you, Octavian.
Thank you, Pablo, very much for joining us all the way from Madrid and for your insightful comments. Who's next? Irene.
I would like also to continue on the, thank you for the question. I would like to continue on the thought of Pablo and discussion around self-regulation and governance that comes through soft law. So IEEE has a standardization arm. So I think this is an opportune moment to discuss about the role of standards. We have, for example, socio-technical standards in AI, which introduced, for example, the 7000 standard introduced the notion of value-based engineering, so embedding all these considerations in the design already of, for example, AI systems. And we have seen that there has been a joint research center report which linked that to the AI Act requirements and tried to already pick up the relevance of that. So there is sometimes this work that may come either from the industry or other parties, which may help in the work of regulation. We see, to name the same, the AI Act, the recognition of that kind of tools. The AI Act text itself mentions that the technical implementation comes through industry standards. So there is the work. I believe we are already functionally doing what you have been suggesting. This has been functionally happening, this close cooperation of the different communities and profiles. There are different stages of advancement, and since we're dealing with leaps, technological leaps, and often we have to be very quick, like what we have been experiencing now with Gen AI, what we may be seeing with different, maybe with the metaverse. So the reality of that is that functionally, I believe there are these dialogues and collaborations, and the ones who have been advancing already the discussion are supporting then maybe regulatory frameworks, and there is this consultation and cooperation.
Thank you, Irene.
Yeah, if I may add, I totally agree with Irene, but on the other hand, when we are talking about pure economic regulations or the core regulation, I can imagine that there could be some kind of multi-stakeholder model, because there will be the regulator and the companies are different animals. So there will be always trend to fool the regulator, to put the regulator on your side on the economic regulation. So I can imagine some kind of board of advisors going for the soft obligations to, or to approve the self-regulations guidelines and so on to be part of this. But when we are talking about the core regulations, economic regulations, the regulator should have its own willpower and experience and knowledge to do it alone.
Thank you, Jaromir. And Angela?
Yes, no, I think this is a really interesting question. And the idea of self-regulation and how it's worked so far is definitely interesting to explore. I think in the context of this SEEDIG meeting, and especially talking about internet governance topics, in this context, I feel like it's clear that a multi-stakeholder model, like several of the panelists have said, is a really successful way of doing things in this kind of bottom-up way with all of the relevant stakeholders involved. And I think that also empowering certain, like the Internet Governance Forum or these regional and local NRIs that discuss the same topics is a very positive way forward, and that we should definitely still try to empower these kinds of conferences to have these conversations.
Thank you, Angela. And Magda?
Thank you. If I picked your question right, you are also interested in enforcement, right? Not only in regulation, in drafting and issuing regulation, but also following up with enforcing them. And, you know, if there is self-regulation, it should exist also a certain form of self-enforcement if there is an organization. Other than this, when it comes to enforcing the rule of law, I believe we need to be mindful of such initiative. A consultative role is definitely important for various stakeholders. And I was thinking that one of the examples how this happens is, for instance, amicus curiae. In various cases that were heard first by regulators and then reached court, because access to justice is one of the most important human rights, then specialists, the stakeholders, the people that, without having a direct interest, had the possibility of bringing their expertise on the table, did file, and there is this tool, amicus curiae memo, that I've seen used several times. And I believe that would be in the middle of this.
Well, thank you very much, Magda. I would like to conclude by pointing out that three concepts that come out as very important out of this discussion. The first is shared responsibility, that we all have a shared responsibility, businesses, associations, academia, NGOs, and of course government and intergovernmental organization in designing a digital world which is free, safe, secure. And the second is co-regulation, and we have to work together to find a regulation that is feasible and suitable and best possible for the digital world. And finally, self-regulation. It's very important because companies more and more take this initiative of producing self-regulations, taking into account the existing ethical and the governance concepts, and adapting, because many of the companies provide really public services, like, for instance, the mapping service. When we travel around, there is no government that provides a mapping service. It is all public service, public companies, so we have to be grateful and we have to understand how this world evolves. Finally, I'd like to thank the audience for their interest and for their questions. I would like to thank wholeheartedly the panelists who took the time to take part in our very interesting panel, and I hope we'll do again this type of exercises in Strasbourg and on other platforms. And certainly I want to thank organizer for excellent organization of this event and wish them continuation on their path of developing digital and internet governance in Southeastern Europe. Thank you very much.
Dear panelists, we truly appreciate your valuable inputs. Thank you so much. Thanks to all participants. And After a productive morning, I think we are getting hungry. It's time for lunch, same as yesterday. It is in the restaurant downstairs, and we have 45 minutes, so let's see, meet here at 2 o'clock. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. Let us now continue with the program. Up next, we delve into a highly relevant topic, exploring how to align AI with regulation, AI and emerging tech. Dear panelists, the floor is yours.
Second try. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a delicious lunch. Usually people are happy after they have food, so we hope you have recharged and but still stay focused. Of course, when there is a lot of hype around artificial intelligence, this is also the topic which we could not skip to discuss here during the SEEDIG meeting. This is why this keynote discussion will be also focused on the AI and emerging tech. And we at SEEDIG are very proud to co-host this session with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, which is an international organization which is bringing together 34 member parliamentarians from the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions to discuss and face the critical issues, including the conflict resolution, human rights, climate change, and many, many more. I would kindly ask now to display the video so that you can get to know a little bit more what the organization is doing.
The Assembly of the Mediterranean, PAM, is an international parliamentary organization established by the national parliaments of the Euro-Mediterranean region. It has 34 founding and associate member states and several candidate partner countries. Membership is open to Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf region countries and to those which have an interest and role in the region. PAM is a center of excellence and a unique forum for regional parliamentary diplomacy. The main objective of PAM is to forge political, economic, and social cooperation among the member states, find common solutions to the many challenges facing the region, create a space for peace and prosperity for people. PAM conducts its work through President, Bureau, International Secretariat, standing committees. The current Secretary General is Ambassador Sergio Piazzi. PAM's 3 standing committees cover political and security-related cooperation and regional stability, economic, social, and environmental cooperation, development, and partnership, dialogue among civilizations and human rights. PAM may also set up working groups, ad hoc committees, or special task forces. PAM Special Parliamentary Committee on Counterterrorism, PAM Economic Panel, PAM Academic Platform, PAM Women Parliamentary Forum. PAM serves the parliamentary division of the 5+5 West Mediterranean Forum. Mediterranean Day. PAM addressed many issues of common interest: counterterrorism, confidence building, peace support, conflict resolution, Middle East peace process, mass migration, free trade and investments, economic integration, climate change, energy, human rights, dialogue of civilizations, interfaith cooperation, education, gender issues, etc. The main operational and coordination instruments of PAM in these fields are electoral observation teams, Cairo election mission, Istanbul election mission, Syria, Libya, Bosnia, and Herzegovina. The PAM holds its plenary sessions annually, hosted by a member state, to discuss the reports and draft solutions prepared by 3 committees. PAM Award to reward individuals, organizations, and institutions who have demonstrated a strong and visible commitment, outstanding achievement, and active promotion of PAM ideals. PAM was granted a permanent observer status to the General Assembly of the United Nations in recognition of its excellent work. PAM participates annually in the UN General Assembly with a high-level delegation. PAM participates annually in the WB-IMF sessions in Washington with a high-level delegation. PAM fully participates in today's regional and international ministerial and thematic debates regarding the main challenges and opportunities facing the region and the world. Member states
And now I'm happy to introduce our 2 distinguished guests who will be with us for this keynote dialogue. We have with us Honorable Abdelwahab Yagoubi, a member of the People's National Assembly of Algeria, and he is also the Special Rapporteur on Artificial Intelligence for the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. To the left side, I have Honorable Tijana Davidovac, a member of the National Assembly of Serbia and also a member of the Serbian National Delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. This keynote dialogue will be focused on the insights from the PAM, how the regulation of the artificial intelligence and emerging tech could look like, both at the national, regional and international level. Our distinguished speakers will also share what are the Assembly's insights into the potential regulatory solutions and how this regulatory framework could look like. This discussion is also giving us a unique opportunity to hear the very preliminary findings of the report entitled AI and Emerging Technologies, Security, Legislation and Governance, which has been produced by the PAM Center for Global Studies in partnership with the UN Security Council Counterterrorism Committee Executive Directorate and the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism. This keynote speeches will be followed by the Q&A session, so while you are listening to our distinguished experts, please stay focused and prepare your questions well in advance, which we will take afterwards. So with any further ado, I pass the floor to Honorable Tijana Davidovac for her remarks.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, I wish to thank the UN Internet Government Forum and the Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance for having invited the PIM to host this season on AI and emerging tech, preventing misuse and advancing regulation. Throughout 2024, PIM experts devoted a major part of their work on collecting, monitoring, and analyzing the national and international regulations of AI and emerging technologies, as well as their abuse by terrorist and criminal organizations in line with and complementary to the UN and international effort. By my colleague, Honorable Yagoubi, who is PIM reporter on AI, will provide you later with an overview of the PIM report on the misuse of technological tools by terrorists and criminals. I will focus on the current regulations and legislative frameworks. If not regulated timely and effectively, the rapid evolution of AI and emerging technologies is bound to have the potential to cause significant harm of democratic systems and processes, negatively impacting the fabric of our societies and posing major risk to security and stability. The final report of the UN Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Board on Artificial Intelligence, released last September on the eve of the Summit of the Future, stressed the transboundary nature of AI and threats that may arise from its unregulated and malicious use. In addition, the UN report highlights the crucial role of national parliaments, governments, as well as region and international organizations to prevent the market monopoly over by development, deployment, and use of such technologies. At the Summit of the Future, world leaders strongly emphasized the importance of regulating AI to prevent its misuse. The Pact of the Future adopted at the summit also includes a global digital compact which outlines the agreed framework for AI governance. In addition, the Global Digital Compact introduces the establishment of the independent international scientific panel on AI and, I quote, to promote scientific understanding through evidence-based impacts, risk, and opportunity assessment drawing on existing national, regional, and international initiatives and research networks. In this regard, I wish to share with you some of the most immediate challenges that the international community is facing regarding the increasing application of AI and emerging technology, many of which PAM is closely monitoring and analyzing. The first is dissemination of disinformation and malinformation contents and deep fake. The rise of social media has transformed how people access news and communicate with them susceptible to manipulation. AI enhances this manipulation, enabling more sophisticated misinformation and disinformation activities, accompanied by deep fake and fake very realistic videos that can influence elections, fuel social unrest, and empower both state and no-state actors to conduct widespread surveillance. The impacts of those threats is very well visible for what concerns electoral process. 2024 was described as super year for elections. In addition, coordinated disinformation campaigns have reached behind the targeting of political spheres and are also increasingly subverting global progress on climate change, ranging from baseless denials of facts and greenwashing to harassment of climate scientists. On this occasion of the G20 summit in Brazil a few days ago, UNESCO and the Brazilian government launched the new global initiative for information integrity of climate change to tackle those malicious acts before they can proliferate further. Overall, malicious cyber activities and attacks have surged in 2024 due to the rapid development and low cost of relevant technologies, making attacks more advanced and faster to deploy. Major concerns are now reside due to the development of quantum computing and large language models. An alarming report published by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime foresees that by 2014 there will be a new global illegal rule of organized crime, which will capitalize on secrecy markets, leveraging disruption in essential resources like water, minerals, and energy, through sophisticated actions carried out with the support of tools such as AI, autonomous vehicles, and 5G technologies. To address these issues, among PIM member states, European countries have at their disposal the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, which came into force on 1st August 2024. All EU members countries have to comply with the provisions in the Act by 2026. Is this considered pioneering framework for innovate and safe AI that introduce uniform frameworks focused on the forward-looking definition of AI and risk-based approach? Furthermore, starting from 5 September 2024, the Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights was opened for signature. It has the aim to ensure that the activities of the life cycle of AI are constant and with the protection of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It represents the first ever international legally binding treaty in the field of AI and identifies the red line that the application of AI must not be crossed. At the international level, for instance, among PIM parliaments, the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates is active in shaping a global dialogue on AI governance, ensuring that international frameworks adequately address the risk of AI, including through the development of global guidelines on the ethical use of AI. Further discussion among PIM member states will be held at the forthcoming PIM 90 plenary session in Rome next February. Moreover, PIM are, at the request of its members, will organize the seminar dedicated to those topics in spring 2025. The Assembly will continue to be engaged in cooperation with international partners, UN dedicated programs and offices, national and regional parliaments, law enforcement agencies, civil society organizations, academia and private sector to promote and ensure the safe utilization of AI and emerging technologies at the service of democracy and collective utility. I have now the pleasure to leave the floor to Honorable Yacoubi, my colleagues from Algeria, who will refer to concrete examples of the malicious use of AI and emerging technology by terrorist and criminal groups based on the PIM report. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Davidovets. As we see from your remarks, there is so much happening in the field of AI that we could only spend a few days discussing only the AI topic. But hopefully, all these initiatives will lead us to some sustainable regulation of artificial intelligence, starting from now and for the future. And also, with great honor, I'm passing next the floor to Honorable Yacoubi for your remarks.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you very much, my colleague Davidovac. It's a pleasure to participate in this year's session of SEEDIG, which I wish to thank all well for the invitation to PAM to a session here. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to you about my life, but I haven't enough time, so I will read some important topics to be in the time. As Honorable Davidovac has already stressed, the benefits of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies goes hand in hand with the risks that they can pose if they are not properly regulated. In consideration of these developments, as anticipated by my colleague, PAM, with the support of its strategic think tank, the Center of Global Studies, CGS, and in partnership with the UN Security Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate, has just finalized a report on the malicious use of AI and emerging technologies by terrorist and criminal groups. The report will be available on the PAM and CGS websites and will be also published at the members of the UN Counter-Terrorism Committee in New York next month. In this regard, I am pleased to share with you some of the findings of the PAM-CGS report, which has conceived as a living document because it will be constantly updated based on the monitoring of rapid development of AI and technological innovations. Let's start with a concrete example of abuse of AI and emerging technologies by terrorists and criminals. For instance, I can mention to you that Al-Qaeda aligned media organizations produced many AI-generated posters, many AI-generated images are published on far-right Telegram channels. Terrorists and criminal groups also take advantage of technologies for their recruitment purpose, as well as to evade control for their financial operations. For instance, there is evidence that ISIL has become more and more reliant on virtual assets and online fundraising, receiving donations digitally instead of requiring supporters to travel to deliver the money. The use of cryptocurrencies is crucial for these activities because these systems allow the acceptance and transfer of various digital currencies for funding campaigns. It is also worth noticing that these fundraising campaigns often aim to improving condition of ISIL detainees, as well as paying their escape from detention camps in northeast Syria and Iraq. Over the years, these campaigns has raised significant sums because terrorists publish appeal in multiple languages to reach donors all around the world and benefits from advanced encrypted and anonymous technologies. For example, $45,000 were raised by ISIL office in the month of April 2024. If you think about the fact that the cost to smuggle individuals of ISIL detention camps is reportedly around $2,000 per person, you can imagine the dangers that this represents for our national and international security. Do you remember the terrorist attack of the Crocus City Hall in Moscow in March 2024? The attack was claimed by the Islamic State Khorasan province, which is based in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Well, part of the funding for the attack had come from a fundraising campaign which used cryptocurrency to support the logistics and movement of the terrorists. I wish also to refer to increasing use by terrorists and criminal groups of technologies for illegal trafficking purpose, such as drug smuggling. In fact, concealing drugs in drones, for instance, allows smugglers to better hide their trails and avoid detection. Moreover, a new matter of concern in the deliberate pursuit by terrorists and criminals to target minors in cyberspace. In this regard, an intelligence notification used by Europol on 20 November 2024 revealed that criminal organizations are more and more targeting youth via social media to recruit them to commit violent acts, including extortion and murder. Criminal networks commonly exploit minors by using coded messaging, slang, and even gamification tactics to frame criminals' tasks as challenges or games. These techniques are designed to draw young people into criminal activity, often making appear financially attractive or socially rewarding. This might happen especially when there is no structured and effective social and safety networks that can help youth or recognize the dangers of the internet. You will find many examples within the PAM CGS report, which also deal with the risks posed by the application in quantum computing and the design and development of large language models. The PAM CGS report also provides and analyzes the current legislation at the national and international levels to counter these phenomena, some of which have been already mentioned by Honorable Davidokov. However, I would like to point out that many frameworks adopted by states to combat the misuse of AI and emerging technologies must be compliant with international human rights law and respect fundamental freedom of individuals. In fact, the UN recognized that international law frameworks, including the international human law, are equally applicable offline as online. In its conclusion, the PAM CGS report highlights that states should make robust investment in boosting research in improve the ability of individual and AI system to withstand or overcome these challenges. The PAM CGS report also identifies a set of concrete actions already implemented by PAM CGS to help facilitate the effort of the international community in this direction. One, the establishment of a global permanent parliamentary observatory on the misuse of AI and emerging technologies in San Marino. Two, the daily and weekly publication of a digest based on open sources in order to disseminate news and analyze about trends related to AI and emerging technologies. The PAM CGS report also constitutes a basis of the identification of principles and criteria for the future drafting of parliamentary guidelines on the regulation of the application of AI and emerging technologies. PAM is already working on two other reports dedicated respectively to the resilience of democratic system in relation to the misuse of AI and the new technologies and the use of spywares and their legislative regulation. The Assembly will continue to engage and cooperate with all its relevant stakeholders, including the Internet Governance Forum and its strategic partners, to help ensure a coherent and coordinated approach towards a well-regulated technological landscape, leaving no one behind. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobi. Unfortunately, Ms. Davidovats has to leave us because there is, as always in the Parliament, an important discussion happening in the Serbian Parliament at the moment. But we thank you a lot for joining us, for finding time in your busy schedule, and for all your insightful remarks. And we also wish you a productive discussions in the Parliament. Thank you. But we will continue this dialogue because it's called dialogue for some reason, because we are expecting also the questions from your side. And this is, as I already mentioned, quite a unique opportunity when you can directly ask the questions on such a difficult but also very trendy topic as AI to someone who is serving as a spatial rapporteur. So Mr. Jagobi has a lot of interesting insights into this topic, and I would encourage you to use this chance to ask some, maybe not much public even information at the moment, because as he was already sharing some preliminary information from the report, which is just about to be released. So please take your chance.
Sorry, excuse my poor English. I can answer in French or in Arabic, as you like.
Thank you very much for this dialogue and information. I'm Igor from Belgrade. And my question about social media and their role in maybe distributing this AI-generated content, which you spoke about. Because, well, as I see it, well, terrorists and all these bad guys, they can produce tons of content with the use of AI, but if they have no channel of distribution, I mean, there is no use in producing such content. So I think social media, maybe they play a crucial role in providing access to this content. And obviously, you mentioned some of these cases, and it seems that social media, even though they do content monitoring, they do content removal, but it seems that they're not doing enough. So how do you think we can improve this? Do we need maybe some new regulations, or maybe they should just act differently? They should be more engaged into the dialogue. So how do you think we can approach social media? Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting question. I think we have to work in the both paths, regulation and dialogue. That's what we need to work together as government, as organization, as researcher, to find the best way to counter deep fakes which find in social media. You know, with ChatGPT, we can generate all what we want. So I think the regulation, which is very different in Europe, China, United States, and UK, where the degree of freedom is different. We must have a coherent and consistent framework to applicate in these mass media providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Dear Honorable Jagobi, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting to see how AI and emerging technologies are discussed in detail in different regional contexts. We had cited the AI Act in European Union, the conventions in Council of Europe, and it's also interesting how Mediterranean region is also engaging into it more and more, and we're looking forward to reading the report. Could you tell us more how PAM is working in this direction? Is it only focusing on reporting and gathering the information in the regional context, or you also have more legislative power in terms of maybe some instruments or some soft law developments? How is the work structured in your organization? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your excellent question. I think by its characteristic, PAM is constituted by 35 delegation of parliaments. So we don't work just to produce reports. We work with this Parliament of the Mediterranean two sides to accompany the different countries to regulate the same approach for AI, and we work hardly with United States or United Nations, and with the Directorate Counter-Terrorism to affront the risks which may be used by terrorist groups and criminal groups. Thank you.
Thank you. There is the question.
Thank you so much for this brilliant presentation. I do believe that these aspects that were mentioned here are now extremely necessary. What I wanted to ask, perhaps this is not the right question to, but if we speak about the Mediterranean region, I know a lot of countries in the world are now using AI as governments. For example, the US government uses Clear AI and so. Can you please characterize the situation in your region? Do governments implement AI as it is just to sort of exploit the positive aspects of AI in their need? For example, even to counter terrorism, as you were speaking about terrorism attacks and so. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I present a report in Braga, in Portugal, last May, about the state of art of regulation on the world. You know, for example, the Parliament of Europe has agreed the European Regulation Act, European Act, in April 24, after 3,000 mandatory from the different MPs to protect our freedom. So I can give you the link to this report. I send it to Olga to have all what different states are doing to regulate the use of AI.
Thank you. Yes, we will make sure to share the report afterwards.
Thank you very much for insightful informations. As you were talking, I remembered that you said that we have some groups of people that are maybe more prone to actually getting those information from some kind of terroristic groups. So I wanted to ask who are maybe those targeted groups and what kind of techniques can we use to maybe protect ourselves from those things. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first thing to do is to produce laws in our countries to counter these groups. If we don't have the legal framework, we can do anything. So regulation is the first step to counter these groups.
Thank you. Over there. Next one.
With the increasing use of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in cross-border data transfers, some Balkan countries have actually implemented laws to protect citizens' data, such as requiring safeguards, such as contracts when transferring data to less secure countries. So however, these processes can be actually like costly for private companies or like for businesses. And I was wondering, so what measures can the governments take to make sure that citizens' data is protected while also reducing the financial burden on private businesses? If it makes sense.
Yes, thank you for your question. I think we have to address all stockholders, private, public organizations, financial organizations, parliament. We have to address legal framework, taking with the importance of each partners. I think it's the challenge we must do to protect the security of our countries and our populations.
I must say all the easy questions are coming your way. So let's take one more and then we have to conclude over there.
Merci beaucoup for la session.
Ah, très bien.
So the question is, when we come to tackling these emerging threats and risks, especially in the Mediterranean region, but we can expand a little bit to Southeastern Europe also, do you believe that governments in themselves and regulatory frameworks are enough to adapt to this new landscape, or is it better to entrust these changes maybe through public partnerships to private companies because they are more adaptive, they are faster to react to these new threats, and especially as we all know, change in a cross-border collaborative format takes time, it takes negotiation and stuff like that. Private companies, they can react to risks from one day to the other.
Thank you, sir. I think with the disparities of the regions, I speak especially for the Mediterranean countries, we have a gap between the south and the north. So we have to adapt our approach to each country in framework law. For example, I am a member of the parliament in Algeria, and I depose a proposal of law to regulate artificial intelligence in Algeria, and the title mentioned the human rights and promotion of democracy. The proposal was rejected because they don't understand the relation between human rights and democracy and artificial intelligence. For them, it's technical matter. We don't think there is a relationship with human rights. And you know, for example, with mass recognition in we can touch to private life of individuals. So we have to go step by step with each country and each culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yagubi. I must say that there was no need to apologize for your English, because for someone who speaks fluently 2 UN languages and easily explains artificial intelligence still in the 3rd UN language, this was amazing. Thank you very much for all the insights. It was my absolute honor and pleasure to share the stage with you and to have this discussion. And if there are any questions left, please still feel free to approach Mr. Yagubi during the coffee break that we will have shortly. And thank you all for your engagement.
Thank you so much.
Many thanks for contributing to this really important discussion, dear panelists. Safety and security is never enough, especially when it comes to civil society. So let us see what can we learn in the next workshop. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Okay, we have a short time for a big question. First, I am me and Jana. She will appear. She already appeared on your screen. We are representing CyberHub. It's digital security team from Armenia, and we are digital response, cyber response team for independent media and civil society, and part of the international network, which is protecting civil society all over the world. And we will speak from our experience. While we are based on Armenia, we are working much broader. So we are working with organizations in Georgia, Ukraine, exiled organizations from Russia and Belarus, from MENA region, Africa, and a lot of other organizations. So we are speaking about things which we are dealing with. The question is at the moment that on one side we have civil society, which is a bunch of organizations. Sometimes it's individuals, sometimes it's freelance journalists or media organizations, etc. And mostly these are organizations with a small financial and human resources. On the other hand, civil society and media are number 2 target on behalf of the advanced cyber attacks from state actors. Of course, number 1st is another state representatives. Usually, you know, states are making hidden wars between each other or open wars. It depends on the situation. But the second, number 2 victims are civil society organizations, journalists and people, activists and people like that. So we have the situation that civil society with a very small resources, which is not letting them to provide real protection from smart, advanced cyber attacks. On the other hand, civil society we can perceive as a part of as a critical infrastructure, because you can imagine how much private data are kept by civil society organizations, how much confidential data is kept by investigative journalists. So I suppose I should not tell you what you really understand. And the last year we see enormous number of attacks, very advanced attacks by intelligences, which are trying to steal information and harm people from these civil societies. The most dangerous, of course, attacks are coming from the countries where authorities are dangerous. And you can imagine that, For example, attacks against Russian exiled or Belarusian exiled activists or media guys can really harm people which are still staying on that states, and they can just appear in the jail in one moment because of the leak of the information. So at the end, we will try to speak more about how we can resist, but I will ask Jana to go slightly just to show the landscape of attacks, just on the example of the Armenian civil society. Jana, please go. If you are speaking, we don't hear you. If not, it's okay.
Hello, everyone.
Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Today, we will discuss the cybersecurity challenges facing Armenian civil society. And we'll look at the trends in cyber attacks, real-world examples, and practical recommendations for them to protect against these attacks. In early 2000s, Azerbaijani hackers targeted Armenian media on sensitive topics like Armenian genocide. These attacks often happened on April 24th, or during these genocide recognition discussions. Similarly, Turkish attackers groups targeted web pages and websites to push propaganda related to these topics. Then in the mid-2010, attacks became more organized, and Azerbaijani state-sponsored hackers teams targeted both state website and media outlets. Significant attack occurred 2012 after the Safarov extradition with a large-scale DDoS attack. These internal political cyber attacks also emerged during this time and often targeting media outlets during this period. During these 2020s, cyber attacks became more frequent and sophisticated. Particularly during this 2020 Artsakh war, Azerbaijani groups launched continuous DDoS attacks on Armenian media, causing temporary shutdown of major news outlets like News AM, Arachin AM, and Russian groups like Turla, Cyberwalks targeted Armenian website using these watering hole attacks when a visitor opened the website, and then attackers are hacking the visitors. Other states, groups such Sea Turtle and DNS hijacked to disturb Armenian domains, politically motivated DDoS attacks, and internal manipulated targeting Armenian media are increasing and making them difficult to trace and analyze. In this figure, you can see how attack increased, especially during the war period. Here are common cyber attack techniques which we encountered, and the first one group is website hacks. We have included in this category hacks that involve penetrating web servers using exploits, vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and backdoors. Then DDoS attacks, which hacker tried to overwhelm target servers, phishing attacks encountered to number of attempts to obtain sensitive information and social media accounts, etc. Email attack, we didn't include email attacks in phishing because we have grouped a variety of hacking techniques employed to break into targets' email into this category. They tried to brute force the passwords using previously leaked password due to the data breaches or trying password reset options. Another category is malware attacks. We encountered stalkerware and we found these programs on Android phone. Also, it was sent with an email attachment, with malicious attachment, and another group is physical attacks, when attempts to break into organization offices and to seize computers, servers, and equipments. In this figure, you can see the distribution of attacks. We analyzed attacks, and in 2019 and 2020, the majority of target attacks reached like NGOs. In 2020, it was more media. The top target was like more media than NGOs. Let's look at the Pegasus spyware case. We investigated it. It was joint investigation by Access Now, Cyber Hub, Citizen Lab, and other partners. And we uncovered that the Pegasus spyware was used against Armenian civil society during the Azerbaijani-Armenian conflict. And at least 12 individuals, including journalists, human rights defenders, and United Nations officials, were targeted between this 2020, December 2021. Another example, when on October 24th, Hraparak AM, a prominent Armenian opposition media outlet, experienced an aggressive DDoS attack. The attack began on October 24th with the site, when site received 1.5 billion requests over the span of 12 hours, during these 12 hours. The attackers identified amplification URLs, redirected their request accordingly, and the company, Hacksense cybersecurity firm, responded on this incident, and within 25 minutes they managed to restore the website, and the attacks involved approximately 20,000 hosts and 200,000 requests per second, making it the most powerful attack they had encountered. Here are also other examples of attacks which target civil society, like human rights activists were blocked on Facebook after the mass reporting by the digital grantee civil initiative. Their accounts were then recovered. An environmental activist phone was infected with the stalkerware mobile tool which required physical access to the devices. The website for Rights AM encountered the DDoS attack suspected to involve a local oligarchs, and the journalist received phishing attack email with the Google Drive malicious PDF. In many cases, these attacks succeed due to the human factor and weak of the resources, password leaks, multi-factor authentication leak, use of shadow IT at work, mixing work and personal accounts like email and social media. This is like behavior of organization, and we have a problem here. And this demonstrates that civil society as a they need digital security trainings. To protect them, this organization should strengthen their technical defenses by using strong password, enabling two-factor authentication, updating their system regularly, using services like Cloudflare, and it is also essential workshop can take staff about phishing and teach about phishing security and best practices. Organizations should conduct their IT audits and involve management in risk planning. And finally, physical security measures should be implemented to protect them. In conclusion, Armenian civil society faces diverse and increasing cyber attacks, and the strong defense required for this combination of technical solutions, staff trainings, and like risk management, developing cybersecurity system to protect against these growing challenges. If you have questions or want to share your thoughts, we're happy to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna John. So we will continue and then questions after all. So you have seen just an example of the landscape of attacks only for Armenian NGOs, and it was, of course, were only significant attacks. But what we see in dynamics that attacks becoming more and more advanced, smart, sometimes bad actors using small but effective things. For example, there was a question during the previous session about why social media is not moderating, for example, terroristical groups. But I will say that we have opposite things, and for example, the bad actors, state-sponsored guys, when they need to shut down social media accounts of activists, for example, they are doing very easy things. They are sending some phishing links, they are stealing credentials, and then they are doing only one thing. They are posting the flag of Islamic State as a cover photo of this account. After 10 seconds, Meta is blocking forever all accounts, Instagram, even WhatsApps, and it's enormously hard to recover these accounts. So what we see as common threats and what civil society can do with its small resources. First thing, that usually civil society organizations, activists are not aware that there are some free options, some free resources or organizations which can provide help. For example, there is a big coalition of organizations which are providing digital security help for civil society organizations. It's called CiviCert, and there are other associations also. And for example, in Armenia, it's Cyber Hub, but in Serbia there is, for example, Share Foundation, which is also providing help. I'm pretty sure that a lot of Serbian activists and organizations are not aware that they can ask for the help in some cases. There are international organizations. In some cases, civil society activists are not, I'm not speaking about Serbia, but in general, they don't trust the locals because they also, in some countries, they are thinking that perhaps this guy is silently working as an agent for our intelligence. So I'm really afraid to ask him to help because he will come and have access to all my data, all my accounts. Because cybersecurity, it's all about trust. You need to trust the cybersecurity guys, otherwise they cannot provide the help. So, for example, there is an Access Now. It's an organization which they have a help desk. So every representative of civil society globally can write a message, letter to the helpline. Of course, sometimes they are extremely busy because you can imagine what's happening with the civil society. This year was champion with the elections number. I don't remember how many, dozens of elections over the world happened this year, and you can imagine how extremely busy are guys in Access Now. But in any case, everyone can send a letter and ask to help, even if it's blocked account, if it's hacked account, because they are providing help. They are dealing with these big platforms like Meta, Google, etc. And they, in some cases, only with their help you can recover your accounts and stuff like that. Another thing is, for example, protection of websites. You know that DDoS attacks, they are very cheap and extremely effective. So if you are investigative media outlet or activist with your own blog, etc., and state needs to shut you down, they can start a very small DDoS attack, and you will be cut out from internet. And of course, my opinion, and not only my, every website from civil society part should be under umbrella of mitigation of DDoS attacks. And it's costly, but for example, Cloudflare, they have so-called Galileo project, and every civil society organization can send a message and receive for free, which they are selling to the businesses. So there are a lot of tools which can be available because you are civil society representative. Another thing is software licenses, of course. In the country like Armenia, which we are on the top of the country which is using non-licensed cracked software. A few years ago, we are on the third place after Colombia, and I don't remember which country. So we are the champions. And of course, usually that means if software is cracked, that means that it is outdated, with a turned off updates. Sometimes with a crack, a lot of Trojans are coming to the computers and stuff like that. But from our experience, we know that enormous amount of NGOs, they even don't aware about TechSoup. So how many people know about TechSoup here? Very few. So there is a big international initiative which is dealing with IT giants. And for example, Microsoft is providing only for $5 per user license for the Office, plus OneDrive, 1 terabyte, which you can use for backupping your data, plus you can put your emails on the protected Microsoft accounts. So usually organizations are not aware, and they are using, in some cases, we are getting heart attacks when coming and watching on the Office full of Windows XPs, which were last time updated during, I don't know, 18th century or stuff like that. And that's one thing, that civil society should use the possibilities which international communities are providing to the civil society. Another stuff is that people should understand that they are becoming targets for more and more advanced attacks. Just to understand the situation, for example, in Armenia, we had an attack from one of the most advanced and scary hacking groups. It's called Turla. It's a Russian group. Hypothetically, it is working for FSB. I think practically also. And it is very old group. They are really very famous. For example, in 2008, they hacked into the Pentagon hardwares. By the way, it was hardware which were cut from the internet. So they use very complicated tactics and software. And for example, in 2019, they work silently against, very targeted, against 2 state bodies, 3 state bodies, and 1 Armenian NGO. We still don't know what they are trying to find, but it was very smart and targeted attack. And in some cases, hackers are using very expensive exploits, zero-day exploits, which they are buying on the dark net. In some cases, attacks against NGOs are really costly. We are speaking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, which are spent for attacking just few small entities. And sometimes you even don't understand why they are attacking these organizations, because in some cases, one attack can be a start of proxy attack against another organization. We don't see the whole picture in some cases. And the last worst thing, which I already mentioned yesterday, it's spyware. We have increasing market of spyware, very sophisticated spywares, which are selling on the international market by more than 40 organizations. Just to understand, it's a really big number. And the budgets of these organizations are really enormous. I don't want to mention the names of our organizations to promote them or make an advertisement, but to understand that just an example of that, one organization is sent to the government of one country, the spyware, and the contract's budget was for the several years about $500 million. Because of the money, the flow to this market, we can imagine that we will have much worse situation in the upcoming years. And because of the growth of the technical digitalization of technical situation, I suppose that after 2 or 3 years, we will have a panel discussion on how to protect vacuum cleaners and refrigerators of civil society members or cars. We should do it already, but we still don't know how to speak about it because we will make more people paranoid without giving them solutions. Instead of just don't use anything digital, but you know, sometimes it's very hard to tell people such cases. So, of course, in these cases, again, we are coming to the topic that at the moment, people which can be targets or they are already targets of bad actors, they should go permanently through the advanced trainings about protection of their devices and accounts from the sophisticated attacks. It's not enough to speak about that, please use strong passwords and please use two-factor authentication, because if you are just householder and just wife or husband which is sitting at home usually at the evenings and watching soap operas, of course it's good to use stronger passwords and have a two-factor authentication. But if you are civil society members, you should remember that you should not use anything which can be, as just an example, recovered by SMSs, because we have enormous amount of attacks when bad actors are stealing SMSs with one-time passwords and recovering accounts and stuff like that. So I'm not going to the every detail, but just to explain that people need to go through trainings, and these trainings are changing from month to month because vectors of attacks are changing. That means that if you got your training a year ago, it's already time to go through another one, because quality types of attacks are changed and you need to change your habits and in general sometimes your life. Of course it depends in which country you are operating. So I suppose that we need some time for questions, if there are. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. My name is Roman. I'm from Sarajevo, working for a media development project in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we are basically supporting free and independent media in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I recognized a situation when you were mentioning that some of those attacks were really expensive. For example, we had one outlet that was under attack for almost 20 days, and it was really, it was estimated to be a really expensive attack. And they managed to defend themselves and to continue to exist. It was a web portal, but then when you said it doesn't make too much sense. Why would someone spend this much money to attack a single outlet in a country such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, or a couple of NGOs in Armenia, which is really over expensive? Do you have any idea what this could be? Is this some kind of a training field, or they were trying to achieve something more? Because, you know, when kids are playing and you have some kind of trainees that are trying to breach into certain organizations, that makes sense. But when they're spending really lots of money, that doesn't add up. Thanks.
Thank you. I should say that there are different types of attacks. One type of attack is very clear. Organization published some report which is about some guy which don't want to this report go public, and he is ready to spend a lot of money for attack. He's buying some mercenary group in the darknet, and they are starting to attack. In some cases, it's possible that some oligarch or some guy from corrupted minister or deputy minister, they really can spend big money to shut down some really one report or something like that. In some cases, I really believe we can't prove it, of course. When we are speaking about DDoS attack, I suppose everyone knows, but if not, it's attacks when infected computers or coffee machines, it doesn't matter, some devices, starting to try to open the website, for example, 1 million times per second. And of course, server is going down because he cannot provide so many responses. The bad thing with the DDoS attacks that you can only think who is behind that, because attacks is coming from infected computers from US, Pakistan, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, so you don't know who is behind the attack. In some cases, we believe that it's a kind of military exercises by the state-sponsored groups. They just trying their weapons, cyber weapons, and trying to understand how it works, how defense is working, etc. In these cases, you cannot find any logic on this kind of attacks. And there are so-called patriotic hacking. There is a patriotic hacking which is semi-controlled by the state. In a lot of countries, there are hacking groups which are not under direct control by the state, but they are dealing on the same way. They have the same intentions, the same ideology, and they are doing the same what is done by the state. And if there is a conflict, it's just a good example. Armenia is a good example because Azerbaijani and Turkish hackers, they just attacking any Armenian target. It doesn't matter what is it. Sometimes it can be a kindergarten, it can be a hospital, it can be an NGO. They just want to harm anything because they think that they are participating in the war as a cyber warriors. And in that case, the only logic that it is a part of the conflict without any specific targeting. In some cases, state bodies, they know about these groups. They are letting them to do their chaotic attacks, but then they are some hot phase of the conflict. These groups are getting orders, direct orders to attack this and that target because the state needs their tools and stuff like that.
Hi, thank you. Anna here. I represent civil society. I'm a master communicologist in digital media, and I've been a victim of cyber attacks. And yeah, but I'm not so much interested in the technical side because I've been researching it since it happened to me 5-6 years ago, and I'm really like deeply into the subject. But I'm more interested about the psychological warfare and the consequences thereof, and if you have any statistics of how people react and how they, and what actually happens to them after a while. I mean, it's probably very individual, but maybe that's also a thing one can do to prevent or to at least illustrate to people what the different steps are when you are being pre-attack, like okay, prevention, then attack happens, then what are the things that happen that kind of coincide after the attack. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Of course, we perceive cyber attacks as a part of wider hybrid attacks. Usually, there is no just cyber attack for cyber attack. It is tool for some broader attacks, and in the case of civil society, part of the attacks are part of the psychological operations. Of course, there are no statistics because we have no big numbers. Usually it is targeted attacks, but I will say that states are managing to shut down some people, to stop speaking people because of the attacks, because sometimes it's combined attack. For example, mimicking of cyber attack. Just a very good example which is used against Armenian civil society. People are getting during the day Facebook, Instagram, Gmail, and other websites recovery codes. Someone just turning on bot, which is trying to log in with their credentials. Of course, they don't know the password, and Facebook is telling, if you forgot the password, I will send you a code via SMS. You are saying yes, please send, and people are getting very nervous. They are getting very paranoid because they think that someone is hacking into their accounts. And in these cases, you need just psychological meeting to say that they can't breach your account. It's just a recovery code. You shouldn't do anything. Just forget, just delete these SMSs and don't think that they can. But people are becoming nervous. And just imagine the situation. You are getting these SMS codes. On the other hand, a lot of fake accounts coming to your Facebook or Instagram and insulting you during the day. Tons of insults are coming to you, and you are getting via social media messages with insults, some blackmail messages without any real basics, and you are getting calls without, no one is speaking, but you are getting calls at the night, etc. And in general, it is not a real cyber attack. It's mimicking cyber attack, but a lot of people are deactivating their accounts. They are becoming silent for a long time. It works. In some cases, there are even funny stories. For example, one civil society activist, someone photoshopped the document that he's dead and sent it as a report to Facebook. You know, Facebook, they have a special report. If someone is dying, you can create a memory page. So no one can post on it, no one can comment, and there is a mark that it is memory page in memory of our dear someone. So this guy in one day opening his Facebook account and finding that he's dead and it's memory account. It's very cheap attacks in comparison of these expensive attacks, as we told, like with the spyware, etc. But it works. And in these cases, you should go more through psychological work with the guys. In some cases, you should, it's like to be a doctor when you have a guy which always think that he's got all illnesses which he found on the book. You need to give him a vitamin C and said, it's a magic thing, just use it 3 times and you will be great, and he will believe and everything will be great. So in these cases you are going through his accounts, turning on some points, etc. And this guy is calming down after that. But so in some cases our work is not technical, more psychological. I think I should propose a coffee for you.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I think after it's been an intense, really, and thought-provoking session, so let's take a 15-minute coffee break. I think well-deserved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kako?
Europska komisija koristi termin economist.
Economist, ekonomija kao?
Da.
Aha, i ostale ekonomije?
Tako je.
Da.
Does not? Pa ja mislim da je to prioritet. Okay, I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. We are now leaving the topic of cybersecurity, but we will focus on women in cybersecurity. Okay, I welcome next fireside chat participants. Let the chat and dialogue begins.
Yeah.
Please.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us in this important discussion. So we are not leaving cybersecurity generally. We stay over there, but there is a, let's say, the niche or one part which is very, very crucial in our environment, in our ecosystem, and that's the women in the cybersecurity. My name is Dragan Lonkarski, and I serve as a regional technical cybersecurity advisor and Serbian program manager under the Critical Infrastructure Digitalization and Resilience Program implemented by DAI Global and funded by USAID. I also work closely with our team in Serbia to support activities such as cyber pathways for women, and the topic is cyber pathway for women. However, CIDR operates in 7 countries or economies, including Serbia and North Macedonia, and focuses on strengthening cybersecurity governance, accelerating workforce development, and facilitating collaboration across the several and different sectors. Through programs like CPW or Cyber Pathways for Women, CIDR helps ensure the critical infrastructure is more resilient against cyber threats and supports the development of inclusive national cybersecurity ecosystems. Today, we will explore how CIDR program or activities, Cyber Pathways for Women or CPW activities in Serbia and North Macedonia are addressing one of the region's pressing challenges, the shortage of qualified cybersecurity professionals. These efforts aim to strengthen cybersecurity resilience, as I mentioned before, develop the workforce needed to protect critical infrastructure, and at the end, but not less important, empower women to pursue and thrive in cybersecurity careers. Our goal is to showcase the work being done under the CIDR to bridge the gender gap and create inclusive pathways into cybersecurity. So first, let me introduce Natasha Šarić, the country director for CIDR Serbia and the leader of CPW activities in the country. Let's welcome her. Next, we have Jelena Jovanović, advisor to the president of Serbian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I'm pretty sure that we are all familiar with her because she is almost more than 30 years participating in our world.
So famous.
So famous. So she is here to provide unique insights in how Serbia's private sector, in one side, and let's say the government, and are collaborating to empower in this topic, women in cybersecurity. So warm welcome to Jelena.
Thank you.
And finally, we have joining us virtually from North Macedonia, Ljiljana Pecova, the manager of CPW North Macedonia. Ljiljana has been leading programs that bring together students, educators, and professionals to inspire the next generation of cybersecurity experts. And it's a privilege to have you with us, Ljiljana. Yeah. Thank you all for being today.
Old friends and new friends.
Okay, there is a latency, there is a delay, so yes, okay. Before we dive into the discussion, let me show you a short video that captures some of the incredible work of CPW has been doing in North Macedonia. In the highlights, that's the Safer Internet Day event at the Creative Center Karpush, featuring students, educators, and cybersecurity professionals collaborating on exciting initiatives. Let's take a look.
Cyber патеки за жени е програма финансирана од USAID која што се осврнува на зајакнување на капацитетите на младите девојчиња и на жените за вклучување во областа на cyber безбедност. Оваа програма ќе ги истражи предрасудите и стереотипите кои што се однесуваат на вклучување на жените во cyber безбедноста и што е тоа што ги спречува да бидат дел од работната сила. Но во исто време ќе ги зајакне нивните капацитети, вештини, знаење и информации во делот на cyber безбедност.
Работното тело од STEM наставници има задача да пред се подобри компетенциите и вештините во однос на cyber безбедноста, како би можело да биде компетентно да ги подучува и насочува учениците за проблематиката, како и за нивните идни кариерни патеки. Акронимот STEM на сите познат, тоа ги обединува неколкуте науки, science, технологија, инженерство и математика, иако тука се додава и уметноста, бидејќи таа е нешто што е поврзано, па акронимот STEM прераснува во STEM, инженерството е нешто кое и технологијата се нешто кои се поврзани со безбедноста и тука ја гледаме поврзаноста за cyber безбедноста, односно поврзаноста на cyber безбедноста со STEM.
Желбата за cyber безбедност доаѓа од мојата љубов и љубопитност кон иновации и технологија. Од секогаш сум била фасцинирана од дигиталниот свет и неговиот потенцијал. Растејќи обкружена со дигитални уреди, бев сведок на трансформативната моќ на технологијата. А со појавата на злонамерни актери се појави и потребата за побезбеден cyber простор.
Важноста на едукацијата за cyber безбедност денес е неминувана. Нашите ученици поминуваат голем број од своето слободно време онлайн и од најмали нозе треба да ги едуцираме како да се заштитат онлайн. Пред се како да стекнат позитивни дигитални навики и како да се заштитат во својот свет.
Вработена сум во Агенцијата за електронски комуникации на позиција советник на директорот за информацијска безбедност. Она што е еден од пиларите на агенцијата, која што е многу важно за cyber безбедноста, е дека таму се наоѓа националниот тим за компјутерски инциденти, МКД-ЦИР. Она што е многу важно и кое што е една од основните улоги на националниот тим за справување со компјутерски инциденти е всушност превентивата во cyber напади.
Денес сум тука да разговарам за cyber безбедноста, која што ја покриваме од три различни аспекти. Најпрво се разбира наставата, каде што главна цел ни е да го изградиме капацитетот на Македонија во поглед на cyber security професионалци, посебно техничката перспектива, зашто нудиме различни додипломски, постдипломски, докторски студии.
Работам на водење истраги од областа на компјутерскиот криминал. Областа на cyber crime опфаќа повеќе делови. Тоа се ransomware нападите, DDoS нападите, навлегување во компјутерскиот систем и компјутерски вируси, сексуална експлоатација на деца на интернет, говорот на омраза, родово базирано насилство на интернет и секако многу бројните измами на социјалните медиуми и секако фишинг измамите.
За сите девојки кои што се заинтересирани за да влезат во оваа професија, она што мене ме доведе до тука и што јас им го препорачувам е значи да изберат пред се IT пат, а потоа да се насочат во една од гранките што ги интересира.
Оно што можам јас да им го порачам на сите девојчиња кои што ги интересира cyber безбедност е дојдат на Финки, да студирате и да научите како да бидете cyber security professional.
Тука сме нели на еден многу убав посебен евент, каде што сакав да дадам придонес да ги мотивирам младите девојки да навлезат, односно да изградат кариерна патека во оваа област, бидејќи сметам дека таму е иднината, поточно не иднината, тоа е сегашноста. И ние сите живееме во оваа дигитална доба, каде што буквално сме сите постојано онлайн.
Okay, we know why it's important, but tell me other reasons why, and you started out doing this, why is it important for women to be in cybersecurity?
I think in every profession there should be representatives of both genders because they offer different perspectives to things and they bring new ideas. Women and men, I mean, as much as we would like to say that they are equal, they see the world from different perspectives. They have different daily experiences, so they can offer new ideas, new perspectives, new solutions to problems.
Потребни ни се се повеќе девојчиња и жени да се вклучат во делот на cyber безбедноста за да бидат дел од работната сила.
Liliana, are you back with us again?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
great.
you.
Well, that was a great video showcasing the CPW's impact in North Macedonia. Obviously, we saw also the US ambassador who was participating in that event, and we saw also some of the key activities and takeaways from the event. But can you tell us about your biggest takeaways from that event? What did you find most inspiring, and what impact are these efforts having on young women's interest in cybersecurity?
Well, there's definitely a huge interest about cybersecurity as a profession, and I think that we made it by bringing cyber women champions and professionals into schools to talk about what they actually do. So in terms of educational gaps, yes, we are there, and we are playing the TTX games, the tabletop exercises, which were hit at their stage, but definitely asking the professionals what they do and how they perform their work, what it means to be a cybersecurity professional, was the top, let's say, activity of the events. So we're continuing in that, on that path to discover and to bring forward more cybersecurity professionals into high schools in order to meet them, to discuss skills, knowledge, and information that are needed to become a part of the workforce in cybersecurity. The key takeaway, I would say, that is our recent establishment of Cyber Pathways Task Force, which we have established within a hybrid model of organization. I would definitely be brave here and mention that this could be maybe a public-private partnership, because this NGO is established from the local municipality, but is established within the high schools in that municipality. So we decided to partner with this NGO, which is a specific model, and we are continuing the collaboration with them in order to support them by different resources, materials, and we're establishing a cyber hub in educational sector. I think that by this project, the key takeaway is that we were spending in the beginning a huge amount of time to design and to see what is the context, what is the specific need, because women and young girls specifically are a big part of the economic and social part of the society. So we researched and we saw that there is a huge potential in the educational sector to support the education in high school and primary with resources and materials, because we lack in different types of not only the students' preparation, but also teachers' curriculum. So in this regard, I think that, the mentorship program, the Cyber Winter School, the curriculum mentor that are going to be designed for the STEM teachers is one of the paths forward how we're going to implement these activities.
Thank you, Liliana. It's amazing, and the door zippers are totally, I will say, doable, achievable, and I think so that we'll come back very shortly with some of the questions in the future. But now let's turn to Serbia. So Natasha, as a country director of the CPW, as a leader in Serbia, can you walk us a little bit through some of the key activities and the main achievements of CPW here in Serbia?
Thank you, Dragan. So before I start with that, I just wanted to mention, thank you, Liliana, that we just saw the effort in North Macedonia, and as you noticed at the beginning, and also when we present ourselves as a regional initiative, regional program, and regional project, if you talk about cyber pathways for women. But actually we do have this regional aspect, but we have so-called in-country efforts. So what does this mean? So we take a dive and look what is going on in each country participating in the project, and of course try to learn from each other, to use what is similar there, and there are lots of similarities, but then to take our tailor-made approach in the sense of activities. We will come to that. I will leave this to Jelena. Yes, and that's actually how it's working. I want to mention also that we started also this project in Moldova. I want to say hi to to my boss Vitali watching me. So we started this project in Moldova, and we will not start from the scratch. So what Liliana mentioned, we already done lots of baselines, we did the research, we know what is there. So Moldova will have a faster track in implementing, but they do have different challenges, and they will focus on, of course, solving them. So. Coming back to Serbia, Dragan, I know I took a longer road, sorry for that. Coming back to Serbia, we also did a lot. I don't have time, and Dragan will not allow me to present everything, I think.
Because of 30 minutes, but we can
so I can pick up some of the highlights. For example, we are so proud of the work that we done with the University of Kragujevac. Unfortunately, they are not with us now. So Anna, this is seat for you. Professor Anna from University of Kragujevac, and my former colleague Sanja Kekic. That was before my time, but they actually did excellent work. So they, as Liliana mentioned, there are not many cyber educational pathways, not only for women, but in general, not for young people. So what we did, we supported the establishment of the short cybersecurity program in Kragujevac. As someone of you know, in Kragujevac, we have a huge data center, who is like a regional data center, proud to have it in Serbia, and they need, of course, people in the field of cybersecurity. So Kragujevac was really the hot spot to do something like that. This cybersecurity short program is gender inclusive. So you may wonder now, what does this mean? So we used our project expertise to see how to fight with the bias, because in the countries of this region, nobody is stopping women to participate. So if you take a look, we are allowed, but if you take a closer look, it's really a man-dominant cybersecurity world. Believe me, I know it. So, so that's what we did. We helped then make this program more attractive to women, and also make the men understand why is this important. But normally they don't think about that. They say, okay, girls, women, they can apply. What is the problem? So we managed that. We're proud to say the cybersecurity short program in University in Kragujevac is going to be a master now. We also develop ways to establish scholarship, which is also important for young women, then to have also financial means, and also establish the line of internship and mentorship program. What we also saw in this movie, and this is my last sentence, it is important to see women in cybersecurity field, because they are the one actually who give the courage to young women, girls, and older women, as me, also to try to apply and to stay in this field of work. Sorry, Dragan, if
it's okay.
If I use more time.
It's a great input and insights. Yeah, and we are now go to Jelena as someone who is a representative of the Serbian Chamber of Commerce. So I'm sure that you have a lot of information and insights what's going on and what's rolling on. So can you elaborate what the challenges women in cybersecurity faces, and how CPW activities can address those challenges?
They already addressed.
Awesome.
Believe me or not, all the time until we start, I'm thinking how just a small part of the puzzle of the really broad topic as is cybersecurity, which is touching every aspect of our lives, from our early childhood through our education, our choosing our path, through our working years, influencing our economies, our educational systems, almost everything. And what actually happened this year at the beginning, exactly on the 25th of January, I asked my colleagues, yeah, I asked my colleagues, okay, January, it's nothing, a lot going on. Let's organize something about cybersecurity. And they said, okay, how many participants will we have during that event? Not more than 30. After 2 days, they called me and said, oh, we have applied 122. Until the event starts, we had more than 289 people on the board with us. From critical infrastructure through pharmacy from education, a lot of completely different things. And we then decided to do something in Serbia, raising awareness. And then Sanja Kekic came, and we started working together. And the result of that, when actually Natasha came, we decided to establish the task force in Serbian Chamber of Commerce. And we start work really, really seriously. Actually, all my life I'm trying to work like system integrator. You are talking about primary education and cybersecurity, Liliana, and how we can raise awareness and skills in primary school and secondary schools. I really would like to see your results and your ideas. Maybe we could try to implement that in Serbia. Dissemination of these regional projects are very, very important for every economy, for whole Western Balkan economies, believe me, because I'm working with them closely. So, we established the task force and we start to work, bringing together the donors, the investors, the private companies. We are trying to be one-stop shop for all the questions you have to ask about cybersecurity. The women in cybersecurity are very important. It is. And closing up the gender gap, no doubt at all. But we do not have established, as you know, in whole our educational system, the proper curricula to do that. And we can succeed in this region only with the synergy, only if we work together.
So I will just apply the question to all our three ladies. From your experience, what do you think that is the most significant barriers preventing greater progress in cybersecurity, particularly when it comes to building a more diverse and inclusive workforce? Liliana?
Well, the most significant part here is that we brought to the attention cybersecurity as a profession in different fields. So we're really trying to focus on different faculties other than the technical ones. So we established cooperation with Faculty of Security, Faculty of Law, Economics, and we're bringing cybersecurity as profession there. So this is the main issue. We are doing the mindset changing, the awareness raising, but also bringing the professionals, as Jelena mentioned. It's really hard, but it's really our job to connect, to matchmaking the students to the next step into bringing them into the profession, because they don't know, they don't have the proper information what cybersecurity profession could be. So it's not only the IT guy, it's not only the IT specific job, but there are plenty of other areas where you can enter as a cybersecurity professional, even as a knowledge manager. I think that the most interesting part is that now our STEM teachers are more interested in learning about cybersecurity, not only about digital security and how to bring AI into the classrooms, but how cybersecurity can also be a profession for them.
Thank you, Liliana.
Thank you.
From your perspective and the perspective of the Chamber of the Commerce, what do you think that is a significant barrier for involving more women in the cybersecurity, expanding that field of area?
Awareness, only the awareness. I think we have just to break through that first of all, the cybersecurity is a part of our lives, our everyday lives. And after that women are very capable in the technical, part of the cybersecurity, in the raising awareness how cybersecurity is important on educational level, in primary school, in secondary schools, in universities. Educating, actually, when we are talking, we have two-way street. One, it is cybersecurity skills and cybersecurity awareness in primary and secondary schools, and educating the cybersecurity professionals, which we need all in our Western Balkan economies. Because in financial sector, I'm completely aware they are capable to manage their cybersecurity, but in all other sectors, we have obstacles and we have issues. Raising awareness and sharing the experience of making curricula on universities. How we can do that together, sharing in whole region. That's the most important part.
Natasha, I know because I'm already involved in the CPW activities, but how can partnerships like partnership with the Chamber of Commerce or with the university can accelerate the progress?
I'm happy to have Jelena with me on this project. I know her from very, very long time, more than 20 years. So you see, the world is always small. So we used to work together, and I remember we were the pioneers. I mean, not myself, but project and my project that time, and Chamber of Commerce introducing the software cluster, which is, I think, such a normal thing today, you know, in Serbia and the region, but it was the first one as such in Serbia. So we are quite committed to that, and we came up with some products to promote our project a little bit again. But what I want to say, what Jelena said, it's about synergies. The regional, what I explained, the regional synergies, working together, seeing, okay, what we have in common, what we can learn from each other, but seeing also where we are, who we are, to keep our identity, and then not to start always, you know, from the beginning, but to use what is there. And this is actually the way that now Chamber of Commerce Serbia and CPW project took now to develop some kind of useful tools. Like I will give you an example, what also Liliana mentioned. If we talk about the cyber pathways for women or in general, if you ask most people, they don't know what does this mean. So this we want to prepare free, for example, classical example, what kind of a career way can a girl take in Serbia in order to work in this field of cybersecurity. What is good, Jelena, is that you are in contact with so many companies who are really desperate to hire people. So.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Just let her just connect herself, to that, because I see that,
Just wanted to say that the most important thing in cybersecurity actually is to bringing all the stakeholders together.
Correct. I totally agree. So, well, thank you for sharing these insightful perspectives. So it's clear, generally, that the work being done through the CPW has the potential not only to transform individual careers, but also to strengthen the region's overall cybersecurity. Let's now open the floor for the questions. Please feel free if you have any questions or doubt on this topic, just raise a hand and let's fun begin. I know that we are at the end of the timeline, but if you have the questions, yes. The lady over there.
The ladies.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm a digital communicologist, or communicologist in digital media, to just shortly introduce myself. But I've been in the technology world through my parents, which are electronics engineers, both of them, since I was a kid. I'm wondering, because we talk about the costs and the harm of the cybersecurity breaches, so cybercrime and cyber attacks a lot, but I mean, this is not going to have any gender perspective, my question. So it's like I'm just looking at you as cybersecurity experts, not like necessarily women. Could you give us like some kind of a positive account or statistics about how many breaches one actually prevents? It seems to me that media are very focused on presenting all the negative, you know, like biases, like, oh, the cyber breach here and cyber breach there, attack here, attack there. But could you tell us, just give us some, also to inspire the maybe females who want to go into the cybersecurity field, like what would be the motivation, like some kind of superheroes that will save the internet world, make it safer for everyone. And yeah, so there are the cyber attacks, okay, that's a reality, but please tell us also, yeah, this is how we go about preventing, and this is how we have managed, and yeah, just...
Yeah, some kind of mitigation strategies.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who will want to participate? Maybe Liliana? Do you want to participate, to answer, to try to answer the question?
But there is a gender issue here as well, and you can look at the numbers, for example, at cyber attacks or digital violence against women, and there were a couple of attacks against the journalists in North Macedonia, specifically online. So you can also research this part from a digital perspective and gender. But you mentioned, let's go positive and let's end this positive. Of course, we designed this program and we are definitely implementing activities to be very positive from the very start. And digital security and being individually safe, it's the first and utmost learning output that we are taking from these activities. And then we talk about organizations and working for different types of institutions and organizations. Statistics, positive, how much we have prevented, we don't know yet, because we don't know what kind of attacks were there or will be in the future. But definitely learning about cybersecurity is the selling point that it's not only the profession of the years to come or the now, but you are selling this as a positive connotation to be one of, let's say, 2% of the world that are talent development. So the workforce development and talent demand in cybersecurity is something that is raising much more in the next couple of years.
Thank
you. So we are playing on the demand.
I know that you have a lot of things to say, and I know that the information is all around to you. But we are just, as you know, familiar with the timeline. So I don't know if anyone has another question, but I can see the lady over there is already nervous, and she wants to say thank you to three of us, four of us. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Diana. I was wondering, because I saw examples from some European countries of some sort of a public-private partnerships with education programs where ladies with a, I don't know, certain age who are not maybe desirable on the workforce anymore, who have certain knowledges, are being redirected to try their careers in cyber. Unfortunately, we can, I don't know, argue it's not true whether it's true, but we must be aware that women in certain age are not quite desirable to many employers, unfortunately, and that is the case. So there are programs in some European countries where they are trying to empower those women in pursuing their career in cyber, bringing them back to the labor market, giving them new knowledge in hand, and also enforcing the numbers in that particular area in terms of gender balance. So do we have any such program in Southeast Europe, if anyone's familiar with that? There's just a question, and at the end of the day, suggestion. Thank you.
We are designing a mentorship program specifically for women after in their profession, mid-career age. And this mentorship program is going to start very soon, let's say, and specifically for, let's say, mid-career women from different professions that are not cyber but want to enter the cybersecurity profession. Sorry.
Maybe Jelena want to add also as a representative.
I just want to close this panel and ask that we will be in front of you, and we can reach out us that those mentorship programs and qualification from the in the mid-career are very important for the women especially, and I hope in the region we will establish something like that.
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to thank our panelists, Liliana, sorry, it's not Liliana, it's Liliana Petsova, Natasha, and Jelena. So you can reach us out, and we can also answer to all your questions. Now we are limited by the time. Thank you once again, and hvala vam puno.
Thank you.
Thank you for understanding, keeping track. Keeping track of time is not always the easiest task, I'm sorry. But we have to stay within our schedule. Thank you so much for a very dynamic discussion. No hard feelings. And interesting discussions as well. Our final panel will dive into a crucial topic for the region. DSA, DMA, and other EU acts on the horizon. The key questions is, are we ready for them here in the Western Balkans? I now invite the panelists to join us on the stage. Welcome.
Malo ovako. Ovako? Come on. Okay. Hopefully we are ready. Hello everybody. Welcome to the last panel of the event dedicated to the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, and our region, Western Balkans. My name is Snežana Nikčević. I'm from NGO 35mm from Montenegro, and today I have the pleasure of having a discussion, actually, with my fellow colleagues and friends from different Western Balkan countries, namely Mr. Gentian Skara, hopefully I pronounced your name well, from Albania, Majda Tulahović from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ana Toskić-Cetinjović from Serbia, and Ivan Bošković, my fellow Montenegrin, here. So, as we already announced, we are going to talk about Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, and just for the sake of people who are perhaps watching us and don't know what we are going to talk about, these are like two main European digital strategy pieces enforced like from 2023 and 2024 that are regulating safer, transparent digital environment from the perspective of consumers on one side and ensuring fair digital marketplace from the other side. I'm going to be really brief in this introduction part because I really want to start asking questions, since I'm really curious to hear what my panelists are going to say today. So I would just really give the floor to Gentian, as he is coming from the academia sector, and start with the question on how do DSA and DMA, which are like the acronyms we're going to use throughout the discussion, are comparing to existing EU competition laws, as you are a lecturer in competition law yourself, and the scope and enforcement, and what lessons can we learn in like this process of preparation, as all of the countries here are aspiring to join EU.
Okay. 1, 2. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations to the proposition of this topic, because it's very important. So, as you know, all the Western Balkan countries have signed the Stabilization Association Agreement, and 3 of them, they are in the start of negotiation of the EU acquis, which means that Western Balkan countries have the obligation to align their domestic legislation in line with the European Union. And these 2 important pieces of legislation, DSA and DMA, are very important, and also Western Balkan countries have the obligation to transpose into their domestic legal system. As they are regulation, Western Balkan countries cannot choose which pieces of articles to transpose in their domestic legal system, but they have the obligation to do it. Otherwise, they cannot join to the European Union. So when we see in the Brussels what are the main pieces of legislation, so I can name 3: DSA, DMA, and recently is the Artificial Intelligence Act, which also is, so in the Brussels everyone speaks, but even when want to explain better, there is a confusion about this. And as we discussed here, Digital Service Act relates more to the illegal content, transparency, and so on. On the other hand, Digital Market Act put some obligation on the big tech companies how to behave in the digital single market. So when we compare these 2 regulation, we see that more DMA is more related with the competition law rather than the Digital Service Act. And another distinction between these 2 types of regulation is that Digital Service Act deals with all online platforms. And currently, according to the Commission, there are more than 10,000 online platforms, whereas Digital Market Act deals only with those which are called as gatekeepers, meaning that they have a financial turnover, they have a maximum users per year, and also they have a duration in the market. And according to the latest decision of the Commission, we see that Apple is a gatekeeper, Microsoft is a gatekeeper, Booking is a gatekeeper, and also Samsung, and recently ByteDance with TikTok. And these are very important. Why? Because through this piece of legislation, through the DMA, European Union want to firstly have innovation in the digital single market, and secondly, increase the growth by imposing fair terms to these companies. Of course, that this is very difficult when we see from the perspective of enforcement, because the kind of the enforcement is in the hand of the Commission. So we have a centralized enforcement system, and the national competition authorities of the member states are prohibited to implement the provision of the DMA. Why this is chosen? This is chosen purposely because I named to you 6 or 7 gatekeepers. And for that reason, to have a uniform enforcement level, Commission thought to have a centralized system. Is there any difficulties, or what are the current challenges? Current challenges is that some member states, they have a good, they have implemented as effectively the DMA. However, we have some member states, they do not have implemented as it is, and also poses the problems with regard to the enforcement. Why? Because before, we have some member states like France, Germany, or Italy that they had previous decision on the tech companies, and they understand properly the legal framework. On the other hand, we have some, for example, small country, Bulgaria, Romania, or other in the Central Eastern European, that didn't have any case to their competition authority, and sometimes this may bring lack of understanding of the how the online platform works in the competition rules. Why is very important? This is to regulate. In the Commission point of view, is very important because, firstly, according to one report, for example, 2009, estimates that between 4.5% to 15.5% of the global gross domestic products account for the digital economy. Moreover, if we see, for example, the biggest company per capita, we see that out of 5, 4 are tech companies. So Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. So for that reason, it's very important. And furthermore, now we are moving from the traditional one to the digitalization, where everyone is working online, ordering online. So we buy ticket online, everything. So even for calls, we use internet, WhatsApp, and so on, rather than traditional way.
And even in the Western Balkan, it's not really apart from it. So this is a really important piece of information for us as well, I would say. So bringing it into the civil society and to Maida, I wanted to ask you, from a civil society perspective, how can these 2 pieces of legislation, particularly Digital Services Act that we are always talking about, one thing that I really love about this is it's also named like a new internet law from some people, but it also heavily relies on content governance. So, and since we are from civil society and we, let's say, use words transparency and accountability quite often, I was just wondering, can you give us some insights on how these 2 pieces of legislation, particularly DSA, can improve transparency and accountability for online platforms, but focusing on the region, like on the Western Balkan region, and what role do you see public participation actually plays in this? 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
Technical issues.
Okay, now we can hear each other. Thank you. So first of all, thank you, Snežana, for the invitation to speak about this topic that is very close to my heart. I used to work for a regulatory authority of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I always emphasize this. Why? Because as you said, this is a piece of regulation, but it's very different from what we've known in, for instance, media sphere or telecom sphere, because it introduces a completely different approach to regulation. And why is it important in our region? Well, first of all, we all know that the big online platforms and the major tech companies show a very limited interest, to say the least, in this region in taking account and addressing our specific linguistic, also legal, societal, political context that we talk about it at length today, so I don't need to repeat what's wrong with what platforms do, starting from not having legal representation, meaningful communication, or meaningful ways to report illegal content and to act on this. And I'm not talking about this most extreme categories of criminal content, of course, but other categories, and especially with the harmful content. There have been some limited efforts recently by some big companies, but it is to be seen how this translates and whether it translates into any kind of meaningful engagement with what we from these countries have to say. So at the same time, national legislation does not offer an adequate response to all the harms that are out there. And maybe this is also good for now, because it's an opportunity, as your question was about the opportunities to legislate in a proper way, maybe. Because we have seen in the region, and certainly in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where I come from, some initiatives that were aimed at regulating content such as disinformation or hate speech in a way that raises concerns about their potential impact on freedom of expression. Also, there's a question of institutions and institutional capacity to enforce these laws, and of course there's a question of compliance by the platforms, because it's not a given that if something is contained in national laws that the platforms will actually apply it, especially in countries this small. So yeah, EU regulation is really the opportunity in that sense, and also our best chance to regulate, or I would say govern these processes in a proper way. And I'm not talking about only the law, but everything that this law brings with it in terms of self-regulation and applying codes of practices as well. This is very important, and this is maybe even more difficult to apply in our contexts. But you mentioned that alignment is an obligation in the accession process, but this alignment is not without dangers and its perils, because DSA, I'm talking about DSA because this is what I'm working on, it's intended for the internal market of the EU. So you have really specificity that European Commission is enforcing rules for very large online platforms for the European Union. And this spillover does not guarantee success, and the alignment cannot be a full alignment. This has been made clear by European Commission. So basically, we're talking about DSA enabling legislation. So it's a regulation that will apply to the countries once they become EU member states. And this is, of course, where the danger lies, because we know that, first of all, institutional setup is not ready in our countries. There's not enough expertise, not enough capacities, and I'm not talking only about institutions. I'm also talking about civil society and all the stakeholders that are not at capacity yet to deal with such complex processes. Yes, it needs to be, the alignment needs to be appropriate, it needs to be meaningful and enforceable, as you also said, Gentian. And I think that here is where public participation is crucial, especially knowing that platform accountability and compliance is very much principle and risk-based. So a lot of how platforms deal with harmful content has actually to do with their capability to assess and mitigate risks for freedom of expression or fundamental rights, etc. This basically means that platforms themselves are the first line of regulation. And another thing that DSA does is grants users rights. So not only protects rights, but users as consumers, as citizens, have active rights under the DSA. And so this is where civil society and other stakeholders come into play, because we represent users and should have first-hand experience and most knowledge about these processes and about what's societal risks and human rights violations on the field. Researchers, media, fact-checkers have a really important role in understanding the nature of harmful discourse and harmful behavior, mitigating this behavior, educating, challenging unduly restrictions, etc. So yes, I think that public participation is very important if we want to make sure that this risk-based approach is really applied, and this is the only way to regulate again. Under the quote marks.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing in this, like, let's say, important notes for everybody to understand, because in our, like, an informal conversation, we often say that this is like a timely moment to discuss these topics, because it is rarely a chance that we get, like, ahead of certain processes, so we can actually govern the process. And since we are, like, much more flexible, this is also one of the reasons why here we have academia, civil society, and business sector representatives, because we are, like, at the forefront of the events and, like, a little bit more flexible and providing, like, different insights and expertise, which, as you also said, like, different sectors pretty much lack. I'm going to continue, since this is the order in which you sat, like, with my question to Anna, since, I mean, data is basically the root of all of these talks in these 2 days, and, like, the internet itself. And obviously, one of the things that was mentioned before is that most often than not, conversations about digital pieces of legislation are talked about separately from all other, let's say, regulating processes, and they're like a part of our daily lives. So data protection, data privacy as a basic human right are heavy root of all of these pieces of legislation. So I'm curious about, since you are focusing most of your work is focused on data protection, data privacy. How do you see our national frameworks, and I know that you work a lot in the region, data protection, like national frameworks and the DSA and DMA in this sense, and what are like certain, let's say, insights that you can provide for the audience here in that sense? Thank you.
Thank you, Sneža. Thank you for hosting the panel in a place where I should be hosting events, and it feels nice being a guest in the place where I live and work. Well, yeah, I think that we can also take a step back, thinking about like what type of regulations are we actually discussing today and in recent months as well, both at the EU level, but here as well. And I think that with DSA and DMA is the case that demonstrates how much we are lagging behind as a region when it comes to regulatory reform. And I'll explain why I think this. So we are talking about regulations, not only DSA and DMA, GDPR, AI Act, that are risk-based. There's a lot of self-regulation, as Maida said. There's more space for interpretation and adjustment, both at the member states level, but also on a case-by-case level. What's happening with DSA, for example, and that is something that is, I guess, pretty interesting for lawyers, that we are witnessing this switch in decision-making processes, that we are actually dedicating discussion around until recently, pretty complex legal questions that were dedicated for discussion to international courts, for example, European Court of Human Rights. So we're talking about complex questions about balancing between human rights and freedoms. We have freedom of expression, we have right to privacy, we have national security, et cetera, and these complex discussions are now delegated to big tech. And I don't believe that this region is ready for this kind of a transformation. There are many reasons for this. But in terms of data protection, like adequate protection of personal data is a mere precondition for having acts like DSA and DMA being adopted and being implemented in like every country, every regulatory space, and these countries included. Why? For example, DSA and DMA provisions that are relevant for personal data processing and personal data protection are complementing, for example, the rules of General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. So they're not replacing them. They cannot be in place without having the rules that are providing adequate protection of personal data of citizens or end users in this case. And what do we have here? If we are talking about the region at large, we have different cases where some of the countries, for example, Serbia and North Macedonia, have adopted their personal data protection laws that are largely aligned with the General Data Protection Regulation. Largely, I'll explain why not fully. Then we have countries, Montenegro hasn't adopted yet, no? But I know you're working on it. Bosnia and Herzegovina is working on it for some time. Albania is working. So, they are like working progress, but no laws at that. I know that there are laws that are like 10 or 20 or something years old, comparing to the old Serbian personal data protection law. They are not adequate for the challenges of data protection, in modern times. So we don't have this alignment within the region at first instance, and notwithstanding the alignment with the EU standards. GDPR is already, 6 years old? Yeah, 8 years old and 6 years old in implementation. A lot of things changed. It was just the mere first step in what is called data localization process in the European Union. What this means is basically regulating different types of issues related to data, both personal data but other types of data, for the purposes of, on one hand, protecting the rights of citizens, on the other hand, protecting other interests, including the economic ones, but also the national security or the security of a specific regulatory space or the region. Our countries are in a kind of complex position because we are not a part of the EU. We are aspiring to become full members, at least on paper. On the other hand, we are aligning our laws to a specific extent or speed that is decided by the decision makers in each of the countries. So we are kind of part of this data localization process without being a part of this regulatory space. And in our cases, this actually means that, for example, in Serbia, we do have a law that is, as in more or less translated GDPR, but we don't have sufficient protection of citizens' rights. We are weak in enforcement. The sanctions are pretty low. There is no incentive, even for local companies, notwithstanding for, big tech to comply with these rules. There is no space for our oversight bodies and independent bodies to react when the data breach comes from the big tech, from big platforms. And I will give you the example which demonstrates a lot of actually arguments that we are advocating for, including the regional cooperation and its importance. We had just, several months ago, sometime in June, the announcement of Meta that it started processing personal data of its users for the purposes of developing AI model. There was advanced information to users in the EU countries. Users outside the EU space have not been informed about this, including the users in the Western Balkan countries. Following the reaction, including the reactions coming from civil society organizations, groups in the EU, these data processing activities were seized in the European Union towards the residents of the European Union countries. However, they have not been seized towards the users in other countries, other regulatory spaces. There were reactions from other civil society groups and then regulators in other countries, and I will use the word markets. Why? Countries and markets that are more interesting for big tech to be involved and engaged with regulators. Brazil, for example. It's a market of 200 million users. There was no reaction in our region. In total, we are the market of 16 million?
20-ish million?
Yeah?
Around.
I don't know, with the census, it's always critical. We're not discussing the census now. So, this interest is pretty low, and as Maida said, we haven't been having this meaningful engagement of platforms, for example, here in the region. There was a reaction from Serbia Information Commissioner following the initiative by the civil society again, and they joined forces with, I think, Montenegrin and Bosnian colleagues, trying to reach out to Meta, but we don't have any outcome yet. So even when you have the law that is aligned, our institutional infrastructure, the issues that we have in enforcement, especially when it comes to big tech, are not providing adequate protection of the rights of our citizens. And this is with the countries that are, do have laws that are aligned. And, there are examples that I mentioned, like Montenegro and Bosnia, they are still lagging behind when it comes to this alignment. And then DSA and DMA are actually should develop further on this. And without data protection laws, I wouldn't go further and, discussing the harmonization, even though I agree it's the obligation, we should do that, but we should think about the meaningful and effective way that would provide adequate protection of users' rights.
Yeah, I mean, it's a baseline, so to speak, for further harmonization anyhow. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring it further to Ivan, to the business sector, because actually when we did this mapping, it turned out that e-commerce laws were like amongst the important ones in terms of alignment. And I was just wondering, since, Montenegro is obviously a really small market itself, but since you are coming from business sector, also e-commerce chamber, if I am correctly informed, and you used to work for a telecommunication operator for a long time. I was just wondering what kind of challenges do you see for small and medium enterprises in terms of adjustment with these pieces of legislation, especially if they want to work outside, since of course digital transactions are now allowing more opportunities for these people, and we also heard a lot today about people wanting to work further and spreading apart from our national markets. And how can business, at least if you can provide some advice on how can businesses in Montenegro, but I think the same goes for the region, prepare effectively for these sort of changes?
Well, speaking from the small business point of view, but which is very important, from very small market. So the challenges are that actually we do see benefits of those regulations because they're providing level playing field, at least in some niches. So we can, as a small IT company, for example, from Montenegro, we can find our niche and compete with big tech. So this is the window that is provided by those regulations from one side. But from the dark side of the moon, we see that we need resources in order to comply. So we need to expertise, we need time, and by the end of this process, we actually realize that we don't have access to the market, even for those small niche. So we can operate, still operate in Montenegro, or if we are lucky, in region, but still that is too small market to see return of investment for compliance with the EU regulation. So even though the here mentioned laws, but it's similar in other areas like in telecommunications, in payment systems and banking, artificial intelligence and DMA and DCA. It's very almost same principles. So but the problem is that we are again close to the small market, and there is no significant incentive for the small businesses to comply, to invest in compliance of those laws. So that's in shorter possible way the answer on your question. So the one way out of this catch-22 would be to unlock at least regional market as like a first step. And the second one would be, of course, if we are compliant with the EU regulation, to get access to the European market as well. So that would be the best possible way from the business point of view.
Yeah, and also while we are at it, like, do you see any sort of possibilities in terms of broader regional cooperation in terms of compliance, but cooperating amongst different sectors and actually advocating for these sort of changes to the policymakers? As I know that, for example, in Montenegro, people from the business sector are actually quite active, and that we've seen some parallel successful stories, not with the DSA and DMA, but innovation law, for example, in Montenegro, due to the really active role of the business community, actually is now one amongst the most enabling laws for the businesses and innovations themselves. So I'm just curious, what do you think are these sort of, promoting these sort of successful stories and actually involving business sector with these sort of, let's say, stories and incentives is possible? Do you see it possible when talking about these sorts of legal pieces of
not only possible, I see it as essential for this story. So any kind of incentives for early adopters of the regulation and unification of regulation within the region, that would lower the cost of compliance for each SME, and pooling the expertise would help as well. So that would to be honest, any kind of compliance and alignment with the regulation is seen as a cost for any business. So if we pool the expertise and if we share knowledge within a region, and if this can lower the costs and speed up the compliance. So that's for sure, that would be essential for the success.
Thank you very much. The question for the two of you, actually, because I know that both of you are part of different regional initiatives, since you're talking about regional cooperation, which I think everybody here in these 2 days mentioned as essential, and this is also one of the reasons that we are part of this platform. I was wondering, like, I know that you did a study on actually mapping the preparedness of Western Balkan to the compliance with DSA and DMA. So I know that you established some red lines and some enabling mechanisms. If you both of you can elaborate. Perhaps Anna, you can elaborate on these enabling mechanisms, and Maida, you on these red lines that are some sort of a focus on the advocacy initiatives coming from the civil society and from the regional perspective. Thank you.
Just to be brief, for the sake of time, and I think the study, Maida took part in 2 of them. I think both studies have like 600 pages altogether.
We are not going to go through 600 pages.
It's brief papers explaining, you know, the state of play. Yeah, what we tried to do is talking about preparedness and talking about setting the scene for, you know, adoption, implementation of something that would be the SEEDIG look-alike, with the end goal to, you know, provide safe online space, including the online trade, with the adequate protection of digital rights of users, is assessing the existing framework, both the regulatory ones and institutional ones, in Western Balkan countries, and trying to recognize what are the spots that could be addressed and improved, and what are the regulations that could be amended, and what are the spaces for new regulations to be adopted in order to align regulatory frameworks with these laws. So when we were thinking about mechanisms for reaching these end goals, we have come to the importance, and I heard this like in previous panels as well, to introduce this multi-stakeholder approach, but not only when it comes to implementation, also when it comes to adoption of policies and laws. Why is this important? Like having the discussion like this and hearing, you know, different perspectives about like this specific issue is also significant to be part of the policy development processes. We're talking about cross-sectorial issues that we need expertise in business, in e-commerce, in digital rights, in consumer protection. We need insight from academia, we need insight from researchers, we need insight from human rights defenders as well. And this is equally important when we're developing policies as it is when we are implementing policies. In the implementation stage for the civil society, this is important for the sake of, one, monitoring, and where we are calling for high levels of transparency. We're calling for mechanisms for securing accountability and for enabling citizens' participation that was mentioned a couple of times here. But it's also important for other groups and organizations that see their place under the, for example, DSA framework. And there is a number of them who could be, for example, appointed as trusted flaggers. And this is a notion that is pretty important for us working on human rights aspects, because trusted flaggers are those who are actually reporting the illegal content and whose reports are having priority when assessed by the platforms when it comes to potential removal of this content. We saw the danger of this notion taking place in societies like ours, where we have, on one hand, weak institutional infrastructure, but also weak democratic infrastructure. And we want to try to engage as many interested parties as possible to prepare them, enable them to be engaged in these processes and also maybe become trusted flaggers if that is of their interest. It is important for these groups to be diverse as well, to represent different interests and different rights and freedoms of different kinds of groups that could be affected by these acts. The same goes, and probably Maida will talk about this, but I'll just mention in one sentence because you were asked about red lines. One of the core issues was the position and the role, authority, and most of all, independence of digital service coordinators. This is something that is not related only to specific regulatory space and trying to appoint a new body or designate new authorities to existing body or divide authorities among the existing bodies. It is the question that is related again to the democratic infrastructure, to the resources, to human resources, the financial resources, etc., that are affecting the independence of this body that could be crucial for the adequate implementation and for reaching the end goal of these regulations. I wound up here, but in all of this, we're pleading for regional approach. For all the reasons that were mentioned, like the common market that you mentioned, alignment within the region when it comes to and specific human rights protection mechanisms, etc. This approach should be tailored towards the European Commission, as well towards the big tech. And it should not include only civil society that is obviously now leading the conversation, at least in specific circles about this. It should involve businesses, it should involve independent institutions and those who will be involved in implementation of these acts, but also the regulators and also the policymakers and the lawmakers.
Thank you. And bringing it to the red lines now. Yeah, red lines.
1, 2? It's fine. Well, I'm just don't want to repeat much of what Anna said. I'm just from the other side, you know, I'm the other side of the coin. What we should be really wary about as all stakeholders, basically, also the institutions. So it's potential for the abuse of these processes as they go. As I mentioned, they leave the door open for enforcing just anything. I think and European Commission will not say you cannot go further than DSA, because that is the sovereign decision of each state. As long as when we become member states, this legislation will be abrogated from the start. So we need to be aware that there is potential for abuse of this DSA-like regulation, and this process can go wrong, especially if it's not suited for the level of democracies and independence and the rule of law as we have in our countries, and that Anna mentioned, lack of capacities to enforce it. And again, a civil society, because this is what we were also addressing by the studies, we need to raise our own capacities. I mentioned this before, but in terms of also understanding what this regulation is and what it is not only in terms of human resources, etc. So DSA and regulation of online platforms is not about regulating online content. It's not about expecting the state, the authorities to demand removal of content. It is not what it is about, and I don't think that there is enough understanding also among the civil society about this, and including people who are really defending freedom of expression. This is the unified position that we have reached as part of the group from the region working on the study, and then again we after the study and based on the findings of the study, we formulated a unified position, and you can find it on each of our organization's websites on these red lines. So first of all, national legislation should not depart from the principles of DSA, of systemic and multi-stakeholder, of systemic regulation, multi-stakeholder approach. And very important to emphasize is that we should be aware that national legislation can go further than the DSA, and we should really strongly discourage that and advocate with the European Commission to be involved in these processes with clear timelines, with clear milestones, just not to diverge legally from the scope of what is designed also at the EU level. This goes especially for any attempt to regulate very large online platforms at national level. And I'm not talking about basic tier of obligations, such as to have legal representative and to have mechanisms for reporting illegal content or, I don't know, trusted flaggers, transparency. These are the basic due diligence obligation. I'm talking about very complex procedures of identifying, assessing, mitigating risks, and trying to translate this on the national level. I think we should really avoid that because, again, this is even complex for the European Commission to do at this point, and let alone in our countries, it can really open up space for abuses, and these are kind of basically our red lines, I think.
Yeah, we have a lot
and of course include European Commission and that with all the regional efforts and encourage the platforms through various avenues to kind of extend the compliance and in this way also discourage these restrictive attempts.
Yeah, definitely. And also we as civil society have a lot of, let's say, work to do in terms of informing people, especially in understanding what DSA is and what it is not. Because from my experience and conversations that I had, there is a lot of misunderstanding on what this piece of legislation is. Exactly. And it is especially important for our colleagues from media and civil society organization to understand this, so we can actually push the advocacy efforts further. So we're talking a lot about capacities in this sense, institutional, civil society, media, etc., business as well. So Genti, a question for you would be like, how do you see academia, apart from obviously helping us in formulating evidence-based advocacy efforts and strategies, how do you see academia actually helping in building capacities on a regional level, as I know that you're really like involved in different sorts of initiatives in terms of DSA and DMA?
Yeah, so, thank you very much. So recently I got a grant to undertake a research on the DMA application on the Western Balkan countries and to see the legal framework and to see to what extent the national competition authorities have dealt with online platforms. And this is very important because by doing this and also the study that has been conducted by my colleagues, it's a document for the debate and also to understand properly the issue. Another thing is that we need to increase the awareness in our students, also in law enforcement agencies or institutions, because sometimes, for example, in the institution might be people over 45 or 50 and they do not understand properly the tech issues. And this is very important because when we see, for example, from the perspective of the competition law, there is one directive, ECN Plus directive, which stipulates the enforcement or empowerment of the national competition authority toward more independence in terms of human resources, capacity, and financial aspects. And this is very important because by having more human capacity in law enforcement agencies, we are sure for enforcement of the tech rules. In this regard, for example, I have found in case of Albania that firstly, we do not have a piece of legislation addressing the issue of tech companies and the competition law. Secondly, I have found an important decision after COVID, which stipulates the importance of the technology in disrupting competition law. And this is very important. Furthermore, there are two other cases that, so briefly, competition authority in this decision has mentioned that a role of the technology and competition law and so on, but without going further to explain. And what I do with my students is that beside traditional law that we have civil law, criminal law, and so on, I'm trying to show to them that there is also a digital environment. And we discussed in previous panel about the cyber crimes, but also when it comes to DMA or DSA, DSA of course is with illegal content, and here the states are more so they want to some extent catch this area and to limit the freedom of expression, but when it comes to the DMA, it's very important because I know even here in Serbia, for example, in Instagram, there are a lot of stores and they sell products, but this kind of business is legal. So in case that I buy a product and the product is not as it was advertised, can I go to the court? Yeah, to what extent we as the consumers are protected? And at least we need a piece of legislation to how can I say, to regulate the issue of online platform at domestic level. I'm speaking only from the business perspective. And then, of course, that when it comes to the DMA, none of the Western Balkan countries can go against a gatekeeper. Yeah, and most of, so I'm for sure, even Switzerland sometimes follows the decision of the Commission. So, and they're saying to the gatekeepers, what we are doing in the European Union, you should follow as well in our territory. So, and this is very important because, so national competition authorities varies from 20 persons to, I think, 55 or 59 in Serbia. And none of them has a directory dealing with tech issues. They have some IT guys there, but just for help desk or just for data and so on, but none of them dealing with issues of market share and so on. And for that reason, I think that we need to include in our curricula courses like with contact like DMA, DSA, and also cybercrimes, because nowadays everyone is online and we are using.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for emphasizing that. I mean, obviously, this was something, especially in terms of transforming educational curricula, was something that was mentioned a couple of times today and yesterday, I think, as well. So, I mean, I would leave some time for the questions because this is also the last panel of the day and I wouldn't want to keep you further than it was anticipated. Also, some of us have a plane to catch. So, yeah, busy people, and thank you for actually taking the time to be here with us. So I'm opening the floor for the questions. I think we have already some food for thought. I see already 2 hands. So, yeah, give it away.
Thank you for the panel. I'm Sunčica and I have background in data science and economics. I would like to pick up on 2 points mentioned by Maida and Anna. And the first one was that the idea of DSA in this region is to enable legislation rather than to be fully implemented, if I understood correctly. And I think it's very important to make this distinction because maybe the DSA that is designed for the EU market does not fully align with the characteristics of this market. And then the second point that was mentioned by Anna was the fact that we do have laws in regard to data protection. Some of them are older than me, I guess, but these laws do not address the challenges related to data protection. So, although these 2 statements sound quite different, I think that their common denominator is the institutional framework underneath those remarks. So, I was wondering, what are the institutional changes that we need to undertake in order to provide more fertile ground for the successful alignment of DSA with the current market requirements? Thank you.
Well, yeah, it's a good question, but I think Anna already partly addressed it in her first answer, I think, to your questions, that I think, first of all, it needs to be a participatory approach to legislating. This process needs to be open and transparent and inclusive for experts, and as I mentioned, with close participation of EU institutions and international community. We should not be blindly, or how to say it, led by the existing institutions and focusing on who will be the institution in charge of implementing. I think it should be really broader than that, combining remits of existing institutions and, if need be, establishing a new one, combining expertise, because none of our countries have enough expertise in just one institution. Of course, DSA says one of them need to be the coordinator, and fine, they can be the coordinator, but as long as the wider set of expertise is included and with the participation of all other stakeholders, I think we should be on the right way towards that. You have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and I know this will sound like a phrase, but if we're talking about institutional changes, we really need to change the mindset. Just to add on what I was saying in the first place about the type of regulation we are actually facing here. we're still dealing with institutions, and I'm quoting these, that are expecting, you know, when they're deciding cases, to have a list of specific cases, specific solutions for each of the case. And this is seriously quote, what I heard from representatives of the Serbian state institutions in another field, access to information, still pretty complex. We are done with the regulation that will have like, you know, exhausting list of items or situations whatsoever. We'll ask for more proactive institutions. We ask for more creative institutions. We're asking for institutions who will be able to interpret, to apply the complex provisions to specific situations, balancing different interests. Because these legislations were brought up to the table by, you know, combination and like long discussions and negotiations among a variety of groups. And their implementation is not going to be simple. And I'm afraid that if we try to simplify them, adjustment is one thing, tailoring them is one thing as well, but simplifying them is something that I'm afraid of. If we try to simplify them, we'll have this boomerang effect that, you know, will create more damage. So I know it's a phrase, as I said, but this change in the mindset of like the institutions and the perspective that they're having on regulation is something that we really need to work on an in-depth basis.
Just to excuse Ivan because he has to go. Sorry, he has a plane to catch.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Hvala.
Yes, and is it working? Okay. Just one sentence. When we talk about independence of these institutions or authorities that will be in charge of implementing, we overlook one very important aspect of this independence. It's financial independence. So it's ability to employ the right expertise, the right skills, and it's not going to be small. So I don't know, we have an example from the Slovak regulator. They did a study for how many employees they would need for implementation of Digital Services Act. So we're talking about Slovakia, which is a small market, 80 people just in charge for implementing this one piece of legislation. So, and first of all, how to finance that, and where to find expertise like that.
Also, I would like to add on this, because I think it's also one crucial thing, and it's really not digital related at all, because a lot of things that we're dealing in terms of actually trying to comply is actually not digital related. Core of this process is like public administration reform as well, because this is sort of a really important piece of legislation that in our countries is also lagging, because without like a proper you know, reform of the processes, if you don't reform the process, you're going to have the same process just online. And you didn't do anything without like having like a complete, really public reform, like in terms also when talking about broadening the financial possibilities, like using the funds and stuff like that. So I think that's also one of the things that we usually overlook when we have these sort of conversations, because it's not explicitly digitally related and tech related. So I think there was another question. Yes, take it away.
So hi, since we had a few years ago a huge debate about a multi-speed Europe in terms of widening and deepening the union, but also in terms of integrating the neighborhood, do you think that even though it's a cynical model, it's more suited to have an individualistic approach to adopting and adapting to these technologies in the Western Balkans rather than a cohesive approach?
Who wants to take it?
Maybe Professor, you can start.
Do you want to?
Yes.
Yeah, Genti, do you want to?
Actually, I was not.
You thought it was for us.
Yeah. So one thing here is that in these last 5 years, we are so as the Western Balkan countries, we are starting to collaborate, and we see this in terms of business, because we have common regional market and so on. And of course that in this aspect we need rules, because otherwise businesses from one country to another will not be safe. Secondly, as consumers, even if I come here, for example, I need to be protected. And this is another issue that has to be addressed. Furthermore, in my opinion, I don't think that the European Union will go to disintegrate. Of course, that when it comes to the political aspects, they may disagree, but when it comes to the business, to economics, to money, they are very, very successful to this. And of course, that if we see, for example, the pieces of legislation that they are voting, for example, the last one, Artificial Intelligence Act, in the parliament, they voted 529 pro. And it was around, I think, 120 against or didn't participate in the decision making. So it means that the issue is that European Union, in terms of the business, economics, free movement, will continue. But when it comes to the terms of the political, we can have some debates, conflicts, and so on.
Yeah, sure. Just going to add a human rights dimension here. So we are talking about a region which shares a lot of in common, starting from similar languages, culture, political scenes, so to say, especially in times of elections, for example. So digital services are transfrontier in their nature, and it's not possible to legislate nationally. I mean, even some EU countries have tried to do so, such as Germany, such as France, and it didn't, well, prove to be the best approach. So I would advise against this balkanization of approaches to platform regulation, for sure.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Okay, another question?
Thank you for the panel. For the last 2 days, I've been hearing a lot that small markets, including the Western Balkan countries, are vulnerable against these tech companies when it comes to the regulations. But I've been having difficulties in thinking about what kind of breaches these companies can be part of, because those are actually publicly funded, huge, legitimate companies, and if you are imposing a regulation on them, I would expect them to go for it, or like apply those regulations. In which, can you give me some examples so that I can think of the means of how do they doesn't follow your regulations, and what is the benefits of not following the regulations in the smaller countries for the big tech companies?
Okay, you can. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know from which country you are, but I think that you have a website there and selling cars. And sometimes, in order to enter to this website, you have to log in, to put a username and so on. And the website asks from you, for example, if you want to put in the priority list, you can pay, for example, €10. But this is not fair with other sellers that are not paying. And this is against the DMA. I just took an example. Or, for example, in the Google, you just enter one, for example, for one product, and Google, in the search place, shows the products that are made by Google. And this is against DMA. And DMA is asking basically that in order to be a fair market, you need to remove this restriction. Of course, that here I'm just mentioning self-preferences, but also the data. For example, imagine if Instagram, Facebook, of course that they are in one company, Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp from one company, and they can merge data. Or, for example, you are entering to X, and then there is a Blue Sky application, and X sells data to this Blue Sky, and is disturbing you. So DMA basically is saying that in this digital environment, we need to put some rules. Of course that if you are comparing from US perspectives, you will have critics about this. Why? Because if you see how the tech market is developed in UK, in US, is a self-regulation. So this tech market, they have imposed their own rules and are, how can I say, imposing as well to the government. But European Union opted for another approach, saying that I have these rules and you have to comply. Several times Elon Musk said that I will withdraw from the European Union, but do you think he will do such thing? No, because there are over 500 million users. And just another issue, just I want to mention, is that even countries like, for example, India or China or in Latin America, they are trying to, of course, not copy-paste DMA, but to take some principles, okay? And of course, that elaborate more.
Thank you so much, but be really brief because we have to close and wrap up.
I will. Just to say that this is a philosophical question of what are the motives of compliance, whether that's your commitment to community and your deliberation of what impact on community you're not being complied with the law, or you're afraid of the fine. We don't have any of these, with engagement of big tech here. And I mentioned the case of Meta and AI. This is a explicit breach, for example, Serbian data protection law that obliges them to inform in advance the users about the possibility of using this data for training AI model and asking for the consent, which we didn't have. So it's a breach of our law, but our independent authority does not have enforcement tools to enforce any fine, and the fine, like the highest one is like 2 million dinars, which is
something like that.
15,000 euros for Meta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with that, I would close. I'm really sorry, but I think we need to wrap up. You can actually approach our panelists and ask the questions afterwards. I would really thank you all for staying until the end with us, and would give the floor to the organizers to wrap up. Thank you.
While you are taking photos, I will say big thanks to all of you. Really interesting discussion. Thanks a lot. You somehow managed to explain very complex topic in a real clear manner. So thank you. Thank you for that. Before we close the event, I'm inviting organizers to say a few words. Olga Kirilyuk, chair of Executive Committee. The floor is yours. Or Dusan, okay, Dusan.
I'm not that pretty, like mentioned, but please, Olga, join me. So, Dusan Stojicevic, organizing committee, Olga Kirilyuk, organizing committee. We are missing third from the executive committee, Bogdan. So we want to wrap up this meeting. It was long for some 2 days, for some 3 days. Yes, I see. Yeah, okay. Special thanks. Firstly, technical crew. Guys, you were amazing. Special thanks to Tamara also for driving us through this event. Special thanks also for sponsors who are, some of them are here. If you want, I can read it, but you were having the situation to read it on behind there. So I will not read all of them. So special thanks to whom? To the hotel, to the venue, and especially youth school. So you were amazing, and we will keep in touch. You are not done with us, and we are not done with you. So, thank you all for staying this long event to hear what DSA, DMA, or whatever it was I didn't understand. So, sorry, I'm engineer, so I don't understand what is DSA, DMA. I know how to pronounce just those acronyms. So, Olga, am I missing something? No. Okay, guys, that's the end. See you.